Welcome to the New York Stock Exchange Between Games Report, brought to you by the New York Stock Exchange. The world puts its stock in us. Here now, Chris Berman and Steve Young.
31-9, the Eagles all over the Buccaneers. 4 interceptions, one by Troy Vincent, and a couple by Damon Moore, the one that sealed it at the end for the touchdown, and turnovers and defense caused by the defense, and certainly very crisp offense, as we talked about, by the Philadelphia Eagles. You'd see it was not just McNabb either, Steve. It was, I think, in the touchdown plays, the second one to Staley and the third one to Buckholter, you could see the big picture.
Yeah, and I think you saw the offensive line start to take control, which has been a problem throughout the year. And I think that you got to get the weight off of Donovan McNabb as he tries to get off the weight of this Michael Jordan. I'm going to be the Michael Jordan of football. Let him just start the thing, and then look at this execution down the field. This is why Philadelphia has a chance to go further into the playoffs, is this execution they're getting from everyone other than Donovan McNabb as well.
We expected this about November, this offense to arrive, but January is obviously not too late. Now, speaking of arriving, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 2 very disappointing finishes the last 2 years, getting thumped at Philadelphia. The first part that we will see may very well be Tony Dungy, but there may be other moves as a result of this Tampa Bay Buccaneer team that 2 years ago was this team that almost won the game of the decade, winning 6-5 till late at St. Louis. And yet, what happened of it? They changed where they were, and I feel very disappointed as a football fan.
I think we both are very passionate about Tampa Bay over the years because of the talent they have, all the years that they struggled. I think that more than anything, it's been hard to watch them because they've got so much talent, they've got so much potential, and we don't see it, especially on the road, and especially this year. The defense started to crack at the beginning of the year, and now we have a team that I just, if you got to say underachieving, they've got so much talent, and then again, here we are with a 3, 6, 9, 12 points in the first playoff game and out.
Tony Dungy helped get them and put them on the map. But I think after '99, a lot of things happened. They got away from who they were, and then it was time, after reading press clippings and a lot of talking and everything else and all the Pro Bowlers, to get back to who they were and that they needed to be that. I think the Bucs couldn't do it anymore. We got one glimpse, that Monday night game in St. Louis. We got that look. Here they were, but
they sucked us into, epitomized by the first drive that today. They got the playoff, and we got the turnover, interception. They go down 1st and 10 at the 20. They got the field goal guaranteed. Go for the jugular early on the road, and it just seems like they hang around. Is this not the team? I think we can kind of seal it now, that is very reminiscent of the late 80s Browns, the early 90s Oilers, teams that were supremely talented but never could get over the hump.
Too bad just as a football fan. We are passionate about this subject. Well, the Philadelphia Eagles passionate in this game, and Donovan McNabb, you saw the signs late in that Giant game 2 weeks ago. Well, he rubbed ahead for good luck 3-3 early because Tampa brought some defense, like Simeon Rice, old high school chum of Donovan McNabb. But then, in the second quarter, McNabb, who ran early on a long scramble, hit Todd Pinkston on kind of a create and run play.
I think they got him off the schneid. It was his feet and his eyes that got this offense going.
And then we suggested that Chad Lewis starting to become a big part of the offense. You saw they tried to go to him in the first series. Here's the touchdown, 16 yards, 10-3 Eagles. Then, under a minute to go in the half, the swing to Deuce Staley, and look at him churn it and break the tackles.
Beautiful play, and that's the execution we talked about. Following Donovan's legs and highs, now comes the execution for the team.
17-6, and on the second series in the third quarter, Reed and the Eagles and McNabb go for the jugular, and Corral General Ballparker. Eat it. It's a touchdown. 20, and now Philly is rolling 24-9. And then Brad Johnson trying to make something happen, but Troy Vincent, what a beautiful pick, as one of 4 interceptions by the Eagles. Damon Moore with a touchdown for a score late. So now Philly goes to Chicago. That'll be a Saturday game. And now what a beautiful game tomorrow. 12-4 Niners, 12-4 Pack at Lambeau. They now know they're going to St. Louis. So the defensive teams stay in one bracket, and the offensive teams now are in the opposite bracket in the NFC.
Yeah, and you got to like Philadelphia's chances now they're showing this offense, because that's what they're going to need on the road. But you got to take an eye, not to Chicago, but I think this year you've got to have an eye to St. Louis, and that means that Andy Reid, gaining confidence in Donovan, gets more aggressive next week, and if they can win that game, obviously on the St. Louis.
Well, we'll keep our eyes peeled on Tampa. We certainly will be watching Philadelphia. We're going out to Al Michaels and the gang in Oakland for the Jets and their 80s in a moment.
races and counting. The new 210 horsepower supercharged Nissan Xterra. Still everything you need, nothing you don't.
The Raiders on a 3-game losing streak, but they're the AFC West champs. The Jets trying to win in the same stadium twice in a week where it took them 39 years to win in this city. Backdrop for Jets at Raiders. Al Michaels to call the game. Hi, Al.
Thank you, Chris. Beautiful day out here in the Bay Area. You look at Rich Gannon as the Jets get ready to take on the Raiders, as usual, joined by Dan Fouts and Dennis Miller. Guys, we were here 3 weeks ago for a Saturday night game against Tennessee. Everybody talking about Rich Gannon as a possible NFL MVP. In 21 days, Dan, what's happened?
Well, there's been some problems with Rich Gannon and his form of leadership with the Raiders. Some of the guys just don't like it, but he's a perfectionist. He's a fiery guy, much like his head coach, who's not afraid to voice his opinion regardless of whose feelings that might get hurt. But Gruden realizes that Gannon is a perfectionist that's always on edge. He's never satisfied. But Gruden realizes also, Al, that is the reason that Rich Gannon is a success. But tonight they've got to form a more unified front if they're going to beat the Jets.
You know, Al, there's a fine line between motivating your teammates and having them tune you out, and let's hope Gannon is aware of it as he is the seam in his own.
Well, 62,000 fans will echo those sentiments. Should be a great one, Chris. We'll see you in a few minutes. Back to New York now. Chris Berman.
Well, Dan, Dennis, look forward to that certainly as well. So we've seen one home team, a division champ, advance against a wild card team. What has to be for the Raiders, the MO here? Do they get back? I keep asking you this. Get a couple touchdowns and say it's October again when we were rolling, and now they're the old Raiders?
Strangely, when you talk to the Raiders, they're not that worried about it. They say, well, we had 0 turnovers last week versus 3 for the Jets. We lost. That won't happen again. That'll never happen again. And it seems like a team that just likes to be whipped. And when they put the whip to them, they seem to respond. So I expect it today. I don't know in the last 3 or 4 weeks since they've won the division that they've really been aggressively playing football. I think this is the week they obviously need to do it.
Now, if you're the Jets, you won a game by 0-3 with turnovers, and you lead the NFL in best turnover differential, plus 18. You won a game with Curtis Martin, the second leading rusher in football, with only 50 yards. Might he get 100, and might they take some surprising deep shots when they take a look at that quick hit to Coles in the first quarter?
I would like to see that. You know, this is travel fatigue will be an issue today. I mean, they've traveled back-to-back, coast-to-coast, and believe me, we've done it from San Francisco to New York a bunch of times, never twice in a row. It has its effects. I almost believe that you got to say, Vinny, this is your time. Just like in Indianapolis a couple weeks ago, let's not mess around. You go win this game for us. Don't make mistakes. Let's break it out and let this offense roll.
You made a point. Tampa on the road had a chance to maybe go for a touchdown, and they got conservative and got just 3 points. The Jets, if they get a crease, do they have to try to slam it on the road?
I don't think you can go on the road a second week in a row, go across country and kick field goals and win this game. This is not going to be a 12-9 game, and if the Jets win, I think they got to score in the 20s. Let Vinny do it.
Mid-20s game. I think that's what we're looking at. Well, we got more to talk about on this game. It's the time of year when we talk, well, all sorts of sports. And one thing we should tell you is now we can announce the starters for the National Hockey League All-Star Game. The North American team, the game to be played in Los Angeles. Vincent Damphouze is your center. Owen Nolan and Brendan Shanahan are your wings. Chris Pronger. So 2 former Hartford Whalers are on this team, along with Rob Blake. And, of course, one of my all-time favorites, Patrick Roy, in the nets for the North American. Meanwhile, the World All-Stars, Fedorov, Solani, and Yager up front, pretty darn powerful. Nicholas Lidstrom and Ozolinsh on the back line, and Dominic Hasek in the pipes. It's the NHL All-Star Game, which you can see here on Saturday, February 2nd, 3 o'clock Eastern, right here on ABC, presented by Nextel at 3 Eastern and 12 Pacific on that day. We'll be back. Large flag, large game coming up at the Oakland Alameda County Coliseum. We'll be back.
One of the coolest things about Rocky was how he did his training, untraditional methods. We'd be pounding on pot roast, drinking raw egg smoothies, chasing a chicken, all that crazy stuff to make himself tougher. That'd be fit for sequels. Ford F-150, built to last and come in first. Built Ford tough.
I'm Dell Enterprise. Servers, storage, and premier services. Sure, I keep your critical apps up and running. Microsoft, i2, SAP. But first I work with you directly to preload and pretest them, so they scream from day one. How fast can I deploy your critical apps? How fast can you plug me in? Rapid deployment, maximum uptime. Easy as Dell. Dell PowerEdge servers use Intel Pentium 3 Xeon processors.
Take it in here.
This is Vinny Testaverde of the New York Jets. He donates his time to the United Way in his community. Vinny is a magician on the football field.
Here, is that your card?
Nope.
Is this your card?
Nope, 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 nope.
Well, do you guys know the milk trick?
On the football field, Vinny is a magician. Abracadabra.
Certainly in the aftermath of Philly's 31-9 win over Tampa Bay, the questions will swirl about the future of head coach Tony Dungy, the man that brought the Bucs from the Stone Age, if you will, into playoff football. Here's Tony just a few moments ago addressing the media.
Well, you know, I'm not going to speculate that, you know, we'll get into that. We don't need a funeral here. You know, we can talk about Philadelphia and talk about the game and that, but to get into speculation is not the reason to be here.
The class, no matter when you look at Tony Dungy. One of the guys he lost on his staff is the head coach of the Jets, Herman Edwards, who has done the unthinkable. They've won a big game late by coaching someone other than Bill Parcells. I would bring up that name at this moment. Rich Gannon, how does he become the Rich Gannon that's
well, Rich Gannon is a perfectionist. In the end, he's going to carry this team higher. The team has not responded over the last few weeks, and he's made some uncharacteristic mistakes. I believe that Rich Gannon will take control of this game and will pass the Raiders to the victory.
Jets at Raiders, part 2. We'll see you at halftime. Enjoy.
This has been the New York Stock Exchange Between Games Report, brought to you by the New York Stock Exchange. The world puts its stock in us. We'll be back with the AFC Wildcard playoff after this from our ABC stations.
Sunday.
If I'm dead, you let someone know what happened.
He went to meet with a man who might want to kill him. It begins with a warning.
I think I should go to the police. Client told you what happened in confidence. It won't matter if he's dead.
It ends with the most shocking 5 minutes you've ever witnessed.
I should have never let him go.
On A New Practice, Sunday after Alias, starting at 9/8 Central on ABC.
If you have one of these, you could save lots of this on auto insurance by using one of these to call Unitrin Direct. Now that Unitrin Direct auto insurance is finally available in Michigan, you could save hundreds of dollars or more without sacrificing service.
Yes, Unitrin Direct auto insurance is finally available in Michigan. That means you can save up to 20% or more on auto insurance. But unlike those cut-rate companies, you don't have to give up service. In fact, you'll have your own team of professionals to answer your questions or handle your claims. You don't have to give up security either. We're part of the top-rated Unitrin Insurance family with over 70 years of experience and over $5 billion in assets. Call this number now for a free, no-obligation rate quote and see how much you could save.
So if you think your auto insurance rates are too high, call Unitrin Direct now for a free no-obligation rate quote and see just how much money you could save. You want savings, you want service, you want Unitrin Direct.
Call now 1-800-266-4210.
There's something magical about Manastee's Little River Casino. The air is filled with a certain electricity, anticipation. Nothing quite like it anywhere, really. Here, anything can happen, and quite often, anything does. From table games to slots, there's never a dull moment. And let's not forget the best part, the winning. Whether you come for the jackpots or our friendly staff, at Manastee's Little River Casino, you're always a winner.
Watch Billy right here on WZZM 13.
Second autumn of the League of Men, the 31 clans began a storied quest. As the Emerald Warriors ride into the den of the Dark Raiders, only one clan will emerge. For the path to the ring narrows with every step.
This is when I like playing football, when everything is on the line.
You either win or you go home. It comes down to who doesn't want to go home the most.
New York
Jets return trip to Oakland, and a playoff berth wasn't booked until the waning seconds of last week's season finale. Now in the postseason spotlight, the Jets and Raiders are ready for round 2 in this winner-take-all brawl as the quest begins for pro football's ultimate prize.
It's one of the great motivators in this business and with this team is to try and help those guys get that ring. We want that thing bad, man.
If good fortune doth befriend thee, and ill fate doth not befall, thou wilt find a prize awaits thee, one ring to rule them all.
All right, get up! Are you ready? Hit it! Come on and hit it! Come on and get ready! Are you ready for some football? A Wildcard party! Yeah, baby! Now the postseason rumble has officially started! Only one will survive this do-or-die fight. The NFL playoffs coming on. That's right.
It is simply a perfect early evening in the San Francisco Bay Area. San Francisco in the background, the East Bay in the foreground. And inside now to the Network Associates Coliseum, which is, as you can hear, really rocking for this AFC Wildcard playoff game as the Oakland Raiders host the New York Jets for the second time in 6 days. I'm Al Michaels. Welcome to Oakland. Well, the Jets took an interesting road into the playoffs, and that is the key word, road, because this team was 3-5 at home, 7-1 on the road this season, and the Jets won the tight games. 3 times they won a game by 1 point. One other game they won by 2 points. If they win here, next weekend they go to Pittsburgh to meet the Pittsburgh Steelers in the second round. Last week, a dramatic, a tremendous win with John Hall's 53-yard field goal. Exhilarating for the Jets. Gut-wrenching for Oakland, though. The Raiders blew a chance for a bye. With a win last week, they would have been off, and they would have had a home game here next week. Instead, they play tonight, and then if they win, they go to New England next Saturday night. And they come in having lost 3 straight. Dan Fouts, I think this is a terrific matchup. Really looking forward to this game. What do you think of the keys?
Well, Al, in Curtis Martin, the Jets have the league's #2 running back, and he can help take some of this crowd out of the game tonight, control the tempo, and although the Jets beat the Raiders just last week, they feel they need to continue to run the ball more with Curtis Martin. That will help take the pressure off of Vinny Testaverde. Now, the Raiders, on the other hand, team turmoil, must get a jolt of confidence from quarterback Rich Gannon. Gannon's got to provide the positive leadership that has been missing the last 3 weeks. More importantly, he has got to get the Raiders in the end zone early to get the positive vibes going.
A lot of storylines. Win and go on, lose and go home. It's postseason football. Tonight's air and ground stats are brought to you by FedEx.
Schultz never knew there were tunnels. He didn't want to know, but you're missing the point of the story. A young entrepreneur engrossed in a Hogan's Heroes marathon neglects to ship an important package. Did he know about the radio and the coffee pot? He knew nothing. Now focus. Like a swallow returning to Capistrano, he instinctively heads to FedEx. They give his small business package the big business treatment, and another hobgoblin of success falls victim to FedEx efficiency. What is a hobgoblin? A gnome. A mean, angry gnome.
8 men and women are about to make television history. If they can answer 7 simple questions, they could win $250,000. But if they can't control their heart rates, the Chair will beat them.
It is game time.
John McEnroe hosts The Chair. Series premiere Tuesday, 8/7 Central on ABC.
You can tune in, log on, and play now on Enhanced TV at ESPN.com or NFL.com. Enhanced TV, the ultimate NFL experience. A year ago, people were shocked when Al Groh left the Jets to coach the University of Virginia. They were as shocked, Denny, when Herman Edwards got the job, and what a job he's done this year.
Yeah, Herm Edwards has had a hell of a year. He brought in a new offense, the West Coast, new defense, the 4-3. Somehow his team still managed to have the least penalties and penalty yards against in the league. That's like yanking off the tablecloth, and all the cutlery stays symmetrical. How did he do it? Well, he attributes it to the fact that his predecessor, Al Groh, and Al Groh's predecessor, LeGrand Ahi, left him a lot of character guys. And they're going to need all the character they can muster today, because the Jets have been flying forth the back and across this country more frequently than a bagman for Enron. I look for a sumptuous clash. Yeah, sumptuous clash. Sorry, I've been listening to Dick Button do figure skating all week.
You are a triple Lutz, you know that?
Lutz.
What a game. It should be a wild night in Oakland. Vinny and the Jets coming in, and Jerry Rice in Oakland on the other side.
We've got him now, partner. I call for backup. I put out an APB. Oh, and later, let's talk about tax-smart strategies for rolling over your 401k.
Wouldn't it be great if the person you trust most was your broker?
That's all it takes.
At Schwab, when we help you with the details of your 401k rollover, you get advice that's objective, uncomplicated, and not driven by commission. To roll over your 401k, call 1-800-4-SCHWAB.
That way, you'll avoid future tax penalties.
ABC Sports welcomes you to the following presentation of the National Football League.
Clear skies, just a perfect night. Jets come to town to take on the Raiders. Tim Brown someday, of course, going to the Hall of Fame, but right now he's on the field with Eric Dickerson. Good evening, Eric.
Hey, Al. Thanks, Al. Tim, the Raiders have lost 3 straight games. What's the confidence level of this football team right now?
Well, you know, it's good we got a lot of veterans on the team, man. We know that we can play at a high level. We just got to pick it up tonight. We feel if we can win 1, we can win 4. So we're just looking to go out and play a good game tonight.
Thanks, Tim. Over to Melissa Stark.
All right, Eric, thanks very much. I'm joined by Herman Edwards. Herm, Curtis Martin, your Pro Bowl running back, has rushed for just 61 yards the last 2 games against the Raiders. How do you break him out tonight?
Well, we have to be patient, I think. And I think at times when they stop us, we can't get away from the run. Obviously, he's an excellent football player and really one of the reasons we're here. And we have to just stick to it. They're going to cause some problems at times, but we have to just be bullheaded enough to try to keep running him.
You played in 7 playoff games, including a Super Bowl. Based on your experience, what wins the game tonight?
Well, if you can survive, especially on the road, the first quarter, and the atmosphere that they create here, you know, don't turn the ball over, don't beat yourself, and make it a game. I think if you can do that, we'll settle in and be able to play pretty good football.
Thanks. Back to you, Al.
All right, thank you, Melissa. Amazingly, what he says, of course, is so true, but last week they turned the ball over 3 times. The Raiders didn't turn it over at all, but because of that man at the end, and a 53-yard field goal, the longest ever in this stadium in the regular season. Here are the Jets back in Oakland. Terry Kirby back to run the kickoff back for the Oakland Raiders, the AFC West champions. Looks like a movie. I mean, it's just a perfect early evening.
And although the Jets and Raiders played here last week, this is a totally different atmosphere, playoff atmosphere, night game. These fans have been in the parking lot since last night getting ready for this one, and they are in full throat.
They've been in a parking lot since last week.
Rich Gannon and the offense ready to come out onto the field after the Raiders return the kick. Crowd roaring, and here we go. If the Jets win, they go to Pittsburgh. If the Raiders win, they go to New England. Hall, good deep angled kick. Kirby from the 2-yard line. And the Jets with good coverage. He stopped up at the 24. Let's take a look at the Oakland offense.
Rich Gannon, University of Delaware. Charlie Garner, University of Tennessee. John Ritchie, Stanford.
Jerry Rice, Mississippi Valley State University.
Tim Brown, University of Notre Dame. Roland Williams, Syracuse University.
Barry Sims, University of Utah. Steve Wisniewski, Penn State University.
Adam True, University of Nebraska.
Frank Middleton, University of Arizona.
Lincoln Kennedy, University of Washington.
And now from the 23-yard line, the Raiders begin. Garner is the tailback in this set. And it is Charlie Garner up to the 30-yard line. Gain of 7. Here's the New York defense.
Sean Elliott, University of Tennessee. Shane Burton, University of Tennessee.
Steve Martin, University of Missouri. John Abraham, University of South Carolina.
Mo Lewis, University of Georgia. Marvin Jones, Florida State University. James Ferrier, University of Virginia. Aaron Glantz, Texas A&M University. Marcus Coleman, Texas Tech University. Victor Green, Akron University. Damian Robinson, University of Iowa.
And the Raiders that time going without a huddle on 2nd and 3. Gannon hits Roland Williams for a first down.
And this is what John Gruden wants to do to reinforce the jet lag, the tired legs perhaps of the Jets. Get them worn out early. He knows they've had to cross the country 3 times now, and he also likes the way Rich Gannon operates the hurry-up offense. He can get a good look at the defense, get a feel for what they're going to do, and also keep the substitution package on the sideline.
Gannon's rating 2nd in the league, second only to MVP Kurt Warner. Now Gannon to throw. A lot of time to the outside he goes. The catch is made by Jerry Rice. Good spin move, and at the age of 39 and looking like 29, he gets to the 36 and a first down.
Going down the field, Gannon had a ton of time to find Jerry Rice, his outlet receiver, all the way to the left side of the field, working against Marcus Coleman. Coleman slips there, and now he slips here, and the 39-year-old looks like a 29-year-old.
1st and 10. The ball is at the 36-yard line. 2 minutes into the game. Ritchie is the fullback. Garner is the tailback, and Williams sets up in motion with Garner again. Squirting through the middle, taking it to the 28. Charlie Garner, the subject of a lot of speculation around the area this week. Injured his foot last week, was in and out of the game against the Jets, didn't practice much, but looked great at the outset.
Yeah, but even if he doesn't play as much tonight, Al, you know, every cloud has a silver and black lining. I think if Wheatley sees some more time, he exacts a more physical price when he goes up the middle than Garner.
I'm sure we'll see a lot of Wheatley tonight, but right now it is Garner who is the man, and that's a 3rd Raider first down as he takes it to the 23 where Victor Green makes the stop. Charlie Garner this season started, of course, with Philadelphia, then to San Francisco. Only 2 players in 10 years with at least 1 first down rushing and receiving in each of his team's games. The other guy was Marshall Faulk 2 years ago. 1st and 10 at the 23-yard line with Gannon setting up, slings it out to the side. Here's Garner, and Garner gets taken down in the open field by Mo Lewis at the 18 after a gain of 5.
Looks like John Gruden's going to get the most out of Charlie Garner that he possibly can as Garner comes out of the game now. He only practiced on Thursday for a little bit, but again, no pass rush from the Jets. Gannon is surveying the entire field. Look at him look around. Now he knows that Garner's in the flat. Another a good gain on first down.
And Tyrone Wheatley sees his first action. He comes into the game. Garner goes out. Ritchie remains in at fullback. Jeremy Brigham goes in motion, and Tyrone Wheatley, the one-time Giant, former Michigan star, takes the ball to the 13 and close to a first down. Tackled by Steve Martin, and a most impressive opening drive by the Raiders.
Hey, Dan, Gruden told us he wanted to force tempo because he said his team was getting into an NFL glide coming out of the huddle. What exactly is an NFL glide, my friend?
Well, it's where they take their time getting the line of scrimmage, and right now it appears that with this clock stoppage to get a chain measurement here, Gruden has things going just the way he wants. This is even a more of an up-tempo with the no huddle than Gruden would even like. I mean, he likes the way they get out of the huddle and gets their formations shifting, but I really believe that this is a tremendous advantage for the silver and black to really reinforce the negative thoughts that the Jets might have on the effect of the travel across country.
Well, we have seen Garner, we've seen Wheatley, and then when they get to 3rd and 4th and short, they go to Zach Crockett. So Crockett is in the game. Behind Ritchie, 3rd down and inches at the 13-yard line. Against a 5-man front, Crockett. And he's able to get his shoulder into the Jet defense and push him forward for a first down. Capsulizing the Raiders this season. Won the AFC West for the 2nd year in a row. Last 6 games, 8 points or less, so 1-possession games, but they lost 4 of them. They were 4th in the league in scoring, and as we mentioned, Gannon with the 2nd highest pass rating in the league to Warner. At the 11-yard line, first down. Wheatley is the tailback. Wheatley gets the ball, and Wheatley gets stood up at the 9-yard line and pushed back from that spot by, among others, Marvin Jones.
Not a lot of surprise as to what the Raiders are doing on the ground. And I do know one thing, Al, that direction they're running in is south. This is the way the stadium is laid out. So the north and south running that Gruden wants, he's getting.
This drive began back at the 23-yard line, opening drive of the game. Garner and Crockett are now in the game together as split backs in this set. And it's second down and 7 from the 8-yard line. That's Brown in motion toward the inside. Gannon pump fake, slings it to the outside to Garner, breaks a tackle, and gets to the 4-yard line. They had him stopped back at the 11. Marcus Coleman couldn't wrap him up, and Garner takes it inside the 5, and that'll set up a 3rd and about 3.
Well, Gannon wanted to throw a screen pass to the other side of the field. Again, no pass rush allows him to come all the way to the near side here. And then Marcus Coleman now, 2 big missed tackles. Early in the drive, he missed Jerry Rice, and now he's got Charlie Garner dead in his sights. Can't wrap him up, and the Raiders are inside the 5. Great opening drive for Oakland.
Spot the ball at the 3-yard line and make it 3rd and 2 as Garner comes out, and Randy Jordan and Terry Kirby in the game. And this is Jordan as the setback as Gannon throws, and he hits Jordan in traffic on a curious call, and he gets stopped shy of the first down, and that's going to force them to bring Janikowski in for a field goal attempt.
A curious call. As well as the Raiders have been running the ball, they already have 31 carries on just 31 yards on 6 carries.
So here is Janikowski on and off the field trouble, cellulitis in his foot, and all the attendant problems for a 21-yard field goal, and this one is good. He thought he was ready to kick last week, but Gruden had him inactive. He's back tonight, and he gives them the lead. But the drive bogs down on the 3rd down call, and the Raiders settle for 3-0.
You've made us America's #1 choice in cars and trucks for 15 straight years. We've been together through thick and thin, at work and at play. Thanks, America.
It used to be business was conducted face-to-face, and people were helpful. It was known as common courtesy. At Siebel, we make application software that lets you once again give your customers personalized service. It's made a real difference in a lot of successful companies. It could make one in yours. Siebel, good service is good business.
Do they bowl in Italy? Do they bowl in Italy? It's the birthplace of bocce ball, but you're missing the point of the story. A mom-and-pop bowling ball bag manufacturer in Jersey. Jersey is swamped with worldwide demand after their product is featured in an Italian fashion magazine. Why are you laughing? I was thinking of bocce shirts. Let it go. So they ship via FedEx International Services. With time-definite express delivery to over 210 countries, the bags hit the markets. The classic macroeconomic love story. Supply meets demand. I like a nice love story.
This AFC Wildcard game is being brought to you by Ford F-Series. The best-selling trucks are built Ford tough. The New York Stock Exchange. The world puts its stock in us. FedEx, Ground, International, Online, or Express. Don't worry, there's a FedEx for that. And Bud Light for the great taste that won't fill you up, never lets you down. Make it a Bud Light.
Janikowski's foot fell off right after the field goal. I don't know how to interpret that.
It might be true. Here is Sebastian. Deep kick fielded by Chad Morton at the 4. And Morton gets dragged down by his arm at the 26 by Travian Smith, the Raiders special teams maven. 8:16 remaining in the opening period. 3-0 Raiders.
That was fun. Hey, would you be my big, strong watchdog and guard my Bud Light while I go to the ladies' room?
Woof, baby.
Hey, let's touch it.
Hey, go.
taste that won't fill you up and never let you down. Make it a Bud Light.
It ain't that bad. Surprisingly, your finer hotels don't offer hourly rates. Not to worry. With a bit of bravado and a keen sense of timing, can I get some more chocolates? You too can enjoy life's little luxuries. Like the superb taste of Taco Bell. Great tasting, high quality food even the common man can appreciate.
No, please open the door.
I'm not decent.
Open the store.
You know I'm keeping the robe.
Score a crunch of taco and bean burrito together, just 98 cents. With better beef, beans, and tortillas. For a tasty deal, think outside the bun.
Need a lift?
Fort Thunderbird. Let the stories begin.
Friday, January 18th, Appointment Television comes home to Fridays. 2020 returns to Fridays, January 18th. Plan accordingly.
Every Saturday night, a great Bond movie on the Bond Picture Show.
How does that grab you?
Premieres in 2 weeks on ABC.
The Oakland Raiders on top of the New York Jets 3-0 after the opening drive, and now the Jets will have the football for the first time.
Right there, Al. Raider officials.
Look like the owner of the Vikings on the left. Not red. On first down, this is Curtis Martin picking up 3. Here's the Jet offense.
Vinny Testaverde, University of Miami. Curtis Martin, University of Pittsburgh. Richie Anderson, Penn State University. Wayne Corbett, Hofstra University. Ronnie Cole, FSU. Anthony Beck, West Virginia University. Jason Forbini, University of Cincinnati. Terry Jenkins, Georgia State University. Devin Mawai, LSU. Brandon Thomas, Mississippi State University. Ryan Young, Kansas State University.
On 2nd and 7, Testaverde slings it to the outside, and this is caught by Curtis Martin. Martin this season caught 53 passes, 3rd on the team in receptions. Here's the Oakland defense.
Brady Nutshell, University of California. Rod Coleman, East Carolina University. Grady Jackson, Knoxville College. Tony Bryan, Florida State University. William Thomas, Texas A&M University. Greg Beaker, University of Colorado. Elijah Alexander, Kansas State University. Mr. Woodson to y'all, you know the school. Eric Allen, Arizona State University. Johnny Harris, Mississippi State University. Anthony Dorsett, University of Pittsburgh.
And on 3rd and 4, the Jets operate in a 4 wide and keep it on the ground. Good play call, and Curtis Martin with a stiff arm over the 50-yard line to the 47 of Oakland, run out by Torrey James. The Jets offense spread the Raider defense out and to give the ball to Curtis Martin on a draw play, and then once he gets by Beekert, it's just open field. Raiders are in man-to-man pass coverage down the field. That means when Martin gets by the linebackers, those defensive backs have got to turn around and come up and try to tackle him. Shed Anthony Dorsett on his way to a 22-yard gain. First down, New York at the 46-yard line. Lamont Jordan is in the game, flanked out to the left. He makes the catch, and their second-round draft choice, who had a big touchdown run here last week, takes the ball to the 37-yard line, where he's tackled by Eric Allen.
Well, Herm Edwards told us, much like Marshall Falk and Trung Canada in St. Louis, Curtis Martin determines Lamont's participation, but they do have a separate package just for Lamont alone. Since I can't see Curtis being weathered at this early point in the game, that was probably part of that package right there.
Well, and after that long run, you would expect him to be a little winded, but the bonus is you get Lamont Jordan in the game, and he gives you 8-9 yards.
As he does there, gave him 9, 2nd down and 1 from the 38-yard line. Now they give it to Curtis Martin, and Martin takes the ball to the 35 and another first down, where he's tackled by William Thomas. What about the New York Jets? Well, they wound up with a record of 10-6, 3rd in the AFC East, coming as a wild card. 11 games decided by 8 or fewer points, and as we said at the top, 7-1 on the road, and plus 18 turnover margin, leading the NFL, despite last week being -3 in that department.
7-1 on the road is like Hope and Crosby.
At the 35-yard line, first down for the Jets. Little toss back to Martin, looking for room, but nothing develops, and the play is broken up by Grady Jackson. Let's check in with Eric.
Well, I'm very surprised that the Raiders came out so confident. Now, as a former player, when you lose 3 games in a row, believe me, it's hard to be a confident football team. The Jets are 7-1 on the road. They just beat this team last week. They didn't play very well, but they still won the football game. But right now, I must say, the Raiders look very confident, but I really believe that the Jets are a little bit more confident.
Well, the Raiders with a good opening drive, but it bogged down at the end, and they had to settle for a field goal. Now the Jets, after a couple of first downs, with Lamont Jordan in the game in the backfield on 2nd down and 11 from the 36-yard line. And they give it to Jordan, and Jordan takes the ball inside the 30 to the 29. Lamont, the 2nd-round pick out of Maryland.
Well, you know, Herm said his team reacts well to being inconvenienced with all the schlepping going on, plus being in tough climbs like Oakland. This is about as inconvenient as it can get.
You know, you get back to that opening drive of the Raiders when Gannon hit all 5 passes. They averaged about 4 or 5 yards every rush. All the way down to the 3-yard line and only get 3 points. That could come back to haunt the Raiders.
3rd down and 4. Martin and Anderson are the split backs in this set. Benny on a tight little roll, and then a little shovel pass to Martin, and the Raiders smell that one out of the 28. William Thomas making the tackle, and that will bring in John Hall to attempt a game-tying field goal.
Raiders play a lot of man-to-man. That means linebackers on running backs. And from the left side, you'll see William Thomas, 59, come in there. He had Curtis Martin the whole way. Made a nice, solid tackle, and we'll bring out John Hall now to see if he can do what he did last time out.
Tom Tupa to hold, and what a great hold by Tupa last week, scooping it off the grass. This is a 45-yard field goal in the other direction. He kicked his 53-yarder last week to the south, this to the north. James Dirth to snap it. Tupa gets it down, and Hall this time is wide to the left.
Well, I'd say he's had his one big kick for the year.
It was a big one. But wide left here, and it's still 3-0 Oakland.
One of the coolest things about Rocky was how he did his training. Untraditional methods. We'd be pounding on pot roast, drinking raw egg smoothies, chasing a chicken, all that crazy stuff to make himself tougher. That'd be fit for sequels. Ford F-150, built to last and come in first. Built Ford tough.
By all appearances, I'm a server. But look deeper, and you'll see that I'm an entire company. A direct one-to-one relationship that adds value instead of costs. I'm just the part of the company you'll be looking at when you realize that I'm not just another pretty face. I'm a better way of doing things. Enterprise systems that are easy to build, easy to own, easy as Dell. Dell PowerEdge servers use Intel Pentium 3 Xeon processors.
Disappointed John Hall missing that field goal that would have tied this ball game up. It's a good snap from James Dirth and a solid hold from Tom Tupa, but it just appeared that Hall was trying to hit this ball a mile. Wasn't that far away. Certainly not as far as last week's field goal.
Well, last week, the longest game-winning field goal in the history of the league in the fourth quarter or overtime in a postseason game of the final regular season game for a team going to the playoffs. Second game-winning field goal in Jets history, longer than 40 the last 2 minutes. And what surprised me most of all, longest regular season field goal ever in this stadium.
And he followed it right up with a monstrous kickoff last week.
He did, and that was a big one with 59 seconds to play. Here's Wheatley beginning this drive with a 4-yard gain. Saturday, February 9th, we'll wrap up ABC's coverage of the NFL this year as we go to Honolulu, as we always do, for the Pro Bowl. Aloha Stadium in Honolulu at 4:30 Eastern and 1:30 Pacific on Saturday, February 9th.
On the island of Maui. Or no, that's Kevin Maui's plane.
Oahu.
Oh, sorry.
John Abraham will be there. Second-year Jet defensive end. It's 2nd down and 5. Gannon slings it out. It's caught by Brown. And Tim Brown takes the ball out to the 47-yard line. And that's a first down for one of the great receivers of all time.
That may be a rushing attempt because it appeared that was a backward pass by Rich Gannon as Tim Brown bellied back from the line of scrimmage. Check this out. Yep. That's going to be go down as a rushing attempt for Tim Brown, and a darn good one.
Brown this season caught 91 passes, and Jerry Rice caught 83. The numbers just about mirroring each other. 1st and 10. Gannon throws. There's Rice. Ryan Rice gets chased out of bounds finally by Damian Robinson as he takes the ball to the 25 on his second big reception. This one 29 yards.
A 29-yarder to go with a 26-yarder earlier. But Rice looking like a young colt across the middle here against the zone. Damian Robinson closing, but way too late. But again, Rich Gannon has got not only time, he's got room in the pocket. Jets are offering no resistance with a pass rush.
And Gannon is now 6 of his first 6. He's been perfect for 72 yards. From the 25-yard line to the ground. And this is Garner picking up 2 with 1.5 minutes to go in the opening period.
You know, we talked about how that tempo is so important to John Gruden and the Raiders. He doesn't want the Jets to be allowed to catch their breath. He knows how difficult it is to travel across the country, and it especially affects the big guys, the offensive and defensive linemen.
Ted Cottrell, the defensive coordinator, used to be at Buffalo, might be interviewed not long from now for the opening in San Diego. Certainly a head coaching candidate is Cottrell on 2nd down and 7. Gannon throws, and somehow Jerry Rice looked like he was going to make the catch, started to fall down, and the pass sailed behind him. Stop the presses kind of stuff when Jerry Rice doesn't come up with a pass that appears headed right for him.
That might be the only defense you can work against Rice, the invisible cobblestone.
Well, I tell you what, this pass protection is absolutely perfect again for Gannon. But here Rice does stumble. He tripped himself. That was enough to make that ball go off his shoulder.
So that's the first incomplete pass in the game. Testaverde 3 for 3. Gannon now 6 for 7. Randy Jordan is in the game on 3rd down and 7. Gannon slings it, and that's too high. That sailed on him. Intended for Tim Brown, who'd gotten open at the 5.
It's the very definition of rhythm, isn't it, Dano? You get those first 6, you just pop and sidearm, everything works. Then one goes askew, and they can all start going askew.
Sometimes Rich Gannon will hurry his throw. His motion will become a little bit short. That time it appeared that the shorter motion caused that ball to sail.
You saw Janikowski missing his last 3 attempts of 35 or more. This is a 41-yard attempt. Shane Leckler at the hold. Snap and placement are good. And so is the kick. So Janikowski has accounted for the Raiders scoring tonight with 44 ticks left in the opening period. Oakland 6 and the Jets nothing.
No matter who you are or what you're into, isn't it nice to know you'll be accepted?
That's why the Redskins' biggest fans, the Hogettes, make sure to bring their Visa cards to the Forecast Boutique. Visa, the official card of the NFL.
Do I look fat in this dress?
Yes. These are quarter carats and these are half. They're beautiful. What kind of cut is that? This is a round cut. If you look hard, I'm sure you can see them. They're fantastic.
Who's the guy? Who is this guy?
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down.
These are 8 carats and these are 10 carats.
Make it a Bud Light.
do you think? This week? 6. No, 7. I got one on the way into work this morning.
The Job is back Wednesday, 9:30, 8:30 Central on ABC.
Golf next Saturday on ABC. Coverage of the 2002 PGA Tour gets underway with Phil Mickelson, Justin Leonard, David Toms among those competing in the Bob Hope Chrysler Classic. Coverage beginning next Saturday, 3 Eastern, right here on ABC. Janikowski to kick off, and this time it is a short kick. Fielded at the 11-yard line as Chad Morton takes it away from Lamont Jordan, and Morton is into Raider territory before he trips and goes down at about the 48-yard line.
Trip near where Rice tripped.
41-yard run back, setting the Jets up on the Raider half of the field.
We've got him now, partner. I call for backup. I put out an APB. Oh, and later, let's talk about tax-smart strategies for rolling over your 401k.
Wouldn't it be great if the person you trust most was your broker?
That's all it takes.
At Schwab, when we help you with the details of your 401k rollover, you get advice that's objective, uncomplicated, and not driven by commission. To roll over your 401k, call 1-800-4-SCHWAB.
That way, you'll avoid future tax penalties.
Sings that. The Seekers. Sings that. The Seekers.
No. Cornelius Brothers and Sister Rose, 1972.
You want expert answers whenever you need them? Come to Office Depot, where our people listen, understand, and help.
How can I get organized?
The new generation of handhelds. It'd be nice if everything was like that. Office Depot. What you need to know.
Intruder in Sector 12. Intruder in Sector 12.
Can your security software protect your whole business?
Sector 12 now secure.
Not just pieces. Ours can. eTrust Security Software from Computer Associates.
Bad houses hate our warmth, our humanness.
Stephen King's Rose Red, Sunday, January 27th on ABC.
It's the series premiere of The Chair, ABC's new game show that dares contestants to answer questions, face their fears, control their heartbeat. Hosted by John McEnroe. It premieres this Tuesday night. The Chair right here on ABC. Jets at the 48-yard line. Oakland leading 6-0. Waning moments of the first quarter. Testaverde throws underneath to Curtis Martin, and Martin gets taken down by William Thomas at the 41-yard line. Earlier today, in case you missed it, the Philadelphia Eagles advanced, knocked off Tampa Bay 31-9 at the Vet, and it's Philadelphia at Chicago next week. Meanwhile, if the Jets win here, the Jets will be going to Pittsburgh. If the Raiders win tonight, they go to New England. And that is the end of the first quarter. Oakland leading 6-0. And Wildcard Saturday returns from Oakland after this from our ABC station.
The lovely Hawaiian island of Oahu, known for its beaches and bikinis, serves as a setting for a matchup of NFL dream teams. AFC versus NFC. Football's megastars meet at the NFL Pro Bowl Saturday, February 9th on ABC. Aloha.
It's Art Expo 2002. This Sunday, choose from thousands of beautiful original oils on canvas. Giant sofa-sized paintings sold elsewhere for hundreds of dollars, as low as $19. Smaller paintings from $7. Absolutely nothing over $49. It's an Art Expo and sale this Sunday, 11 to 4. In Grand Rapids at the Airport Hilton and in Kalamazoo at the Clarion. Original sofa-sized oil paintings from $19 this Sunday only, 11 to 4.
This Tuesday on Blue.
Do you have a problem with this blind date?
Everything gets personal.
I don't like the idea of you building a relationship with my son that maybe gets tossed out the window.
Then, on Philly, this mother and daughter are close. Close enough to cover up murder.
You weren't protecting her then. You're protecting her now. I killed him!
New NYPD Blue, 9/8 Central.
Don't move! Please!
New Philly, 10/9 Central. This Tuesday on ABC. Viewer discretion advised.
ABC Wednesday. Jay's looking for some attention, but Damon's got other ideas.
What does this game have that I don't have?
A mute button. I knew my wife and kids. And speaking of mute buttons, who taught Jim's daughter how to say, "Hey, Jim"?
Well, at least she used it right.
New comedy, according to Jim, and at 9/8 Central. It takes a real man to play this woman.
It's like menopause hit her hard and then dragged her for 50 years.
Richard Chamberlain guest stars in a new Drew character, followed by the season premiere of The Job, Wednesday, starting at 8/7 Central on ABC.
Evening has fallen as we come back to Oakland. Al Michaels with Dan Fouts, Dennis Miller, Eric Dickerson, and Melissa Stark. Second period begins. Jets have the ball at the Oakland 42-yard line on 2nd and 4. Raiders on top on 2 Janikowski field goals. And the handoff to Curtis Martin, who gets knocked down at the 34. And we have our first, no penalty. I was going to say we had our first flag, but we did not.
Well, both offenses have been dominating in this first half. Both quarterbacks real hot. Testaverde 4 for 4. Gannon 6 of 8. The Raiders have used 4 different rushers and 4 different receivers. And Curtis Martin, 5 carries for 34 yards. Only had 50 against the Raiders last week.
I think Edwards has got to feel good about rope-a-doping out of that quarter, only at 6-zip.
Yeah.
We have not had a penalty in this game. Dick Hantak is the referee, in case you're wondering. And the pass is incomplete. Lavernius Coles dropped it.
Well, Coles kind of slipped as he tried to adjust to the ball that was thrown just a little bit behind him by Testaverde. So that's Testaverde's first incomplete of the night. You can see Lavernius' legs go out. It's almost as if he was planning on spinning away from Eric Allen and going down the sideline.
That plays completely about where the ball's delivered. That's where Warner kills you when you play the Rams.
2nd down and 10 from the 34-yard line. And this is Martin. And boy, the Raiders were off the ball very quickly on the defensive side of the ball, Dan.
They had a great game last week anticipating the snap count of Vinny Testaverde. One thing the Jets have to do tonight is mix it up. Here is big Grady Jackson right in the middle here as he goes unblocked. Kevin Mawai and Randy Thomas as Vinny hands off, and there is Grady Jackson.
If Grady Jackson can go unblocked, anybody can.
Lone assignment.
3rd down and 10. Vinny comes back the other way. They set up the screen, and the pass is caught by Richie Anderson. Anderson is stopped at the 27-yard line, and that'll bring John Hall out again for about a 45-yard attempt.
Vinny would have liked to have seen Richie Anderson be a little more patient there after he caught that ball. He kind of didn't allow his blockers time to set up their blocks and get him to that first down.
I'm sure somebody tried to calm Hall down during this little hiatus because he tried to knock that first one back into San Francisco.
This is the same difference, but the other direction. 45-yarder. Tom Tufa to hold. And this time, it is good. So he's what's known as a north to south kicker.
Took a little bit off, didn't he? And right over the bar.
12:45 left in the half. 6-3 Oakland.
Eyes of a puppy dog. Lips made for sin. You're not dreaming. I'm for real. We got a call.
Hello.
Louis?
Yeah?
Louis?
Want to get away? Now you can. Fly Southwest Airlines for just $39 to $99 each way when you purchase by January 28th.
You are now free to move about the country.
Hey, Stan. Remember that time we went hiking and you found that baby golden retriever?
Oh, yeah. Hey, little guy.
Didn't that dog have rabies?
That's right. Did, didn't it?
Golden retrievers sure are cute when they're little, aren't they? I wonder whatever happened to that dog.
I still have him.
There are 31 teams in this league, and only 12 get an opportunity to make it to the playoffs. So you special.
Hi, I'm Tim Brown, the Oakland Raiders. The playoffs is what it's all about in NFL. But the men and women serving in the military, now that's what it's truly all about. Go USA.
Tim Brown spent his entire career as a Raider. Tremendous college career, of course. Heisman at Notre Dame. John Hall to kick off now for the Jets. After his 45-yard field goal, this kick taken by Terry Kirby at the 7-yard line. Kirby up to the 30. Rich Gannon. We talked between games about the fact that Rich at one point, not long ago, within the past month, thought of very highly in terms of an MVP candidate, but then of course the Raiders going down to defeat in their last 3 games, and that ended any possibility of that happening. Kurt Warner won the award. Marshall Faulk wound up second in the balloting.
Well, Gannon's got to use his noggin when he meets out that Paris Island thing. That vibe has never really played in Raiderland.
From the 30-yard line on first down. Gannon surveying, goes to the outside. Catch is made there by Jerry Porter.
One of the big things about when you do criticize players, and I used to ride my players pretty good too, but there's always a fine line there of balance where you want to make sure that the guys know that you're doing it in a way that is positive, in a way that is not a personal attack, and in a way that is all for the good of the team. And that's the thing that you got to keep in mind. And Rich did say we, and he included himself when he talked about the Raiders needing more discipline.
From the 42-yard line on first down. Wheatley up to the 48.
And the great thing about the relationship between John Gruden and his quarterback, Rich Gannon, is they're they don't care about speaking their minds or gesturing or what effect it might have on the other guy, because they're both passionate about the game. They're both considered hotheads, perfectionists in their own ways. But they are 10-3. They are in the playoffs, and they are winning this game.
Well, he can parrot the fact that he feels he might need more discipline too. But if he gets any more discipline, he's going to implode. Gannon.
Second and 5 from the 48-yard line. Wheatley runs into his own man, Ritchie, and that knocks him down at the 48-yard line.
Yeah, Gannon might need a little less discipline. You think back on great Raider quarterbacks, they're going to go right to the snake, and he didn't exactly do it with Arthur Murray footprints, did he?
No way. Darryl LaMonica, the Mad Bomber.
They've had their share of wild men at quarterback.
Yeah. Dan, when a quarterback says we need more discipline, I mean, specified. Bed check, receivers running wrong routes. Exactly. What does he mean?
Attention to detail, getting your head in the playbook, making sure you're reading the game plan, and making sure you're taking that preparation out onto the field.
Meanwhile, Wheatley limped off. It's 3rd down and 5. And Gannon slings it to the outside, and Rice makes the catch. He's covered one-on-one by Marcus Coleman. Just runs a simple out pattern. First down to the 43.
Now, it's simple because Gannon can get back and be sure that he can time it out on the outside. Rice with a great move. Do you see how he lowered his hips? Very sharp cut. Again, taking advantage of Marcus Coleman. But I hate to beat the dead horse, but the dead horse is the dead pass rush of the New York Jets. Nowhere near Rich Gannon on his first 10 throws.
Nothing so far, not even close to getting to him. 1st and 10, Garner is in the backfield at the 43-yard line. Again, tremendous protection, no pressure. Gannon takes off, slides to a stop at the 31-yard line. First down.
He's got that slide down. He looks like the Georgia Peach coming in.
Well, he also had Charlie Garner wide open down the sidelines. Might have been a touchdown. But watch the protection. Not only do they keep the Jets on the line of scrimmage, they're going to open up a lane for Gannon to step up and then take off. But what Gannon doesn't see as he's stepping up and taking off is Charlie Garner. He scores if he gets the ball. And the first thing Gannon did after he popped up, he realized it. He just looked over to Garner right there and said, "Charlie, oh man, I should have thrown you the ball."
Might have been a little premature on that first down call because they spot the ball just shy of it where he begins to slide. And he winds up a couple of inches short of the first down, 2nd and inches at the 33-yard line.
And you know what? If he continues to have that much time to throw, he will find Charlie Garner and Jerry Rice and Tim Brown, and the Raiders will get some long pass completions for touchdowns tonight.
Jets show a 5-man front and a blitz here on 2nd and inches, and it's Garner at the 30-yard line. First down.
Well, a perfectly played game tonight. No penalties for either team. Both offenses are just in control, but then you got to go back to this score here. The defense is bending and bending and bending, but not giving up the touchdowns.
See, Gruden had a list of 1,000 plays with 200 or 300 isolated there at the red. It was key plays.
It's Gruden himself who speaks into the helmet of Rich Gannon. Gain of 3 here. Charlie Garner takes the ball to the 28. ED, what about the game so far? What's your take?
Well, I can tell you, Rich Gannon is having a lot of success throwing the football because of the running game and the way that they're using their running backs. They're using Charlie Garner as their slasher, the quick trap plays, the draw plays. Then what they do, they bring in their hammer, which is Tyrone Wheatley, and really wear this defense down. And where I believe you'll see the success of that is in the 3rd and 4th quarter when the defense will get really, really tired, Al.
We'll keep an eye on Wheatley because he did limp off after the last time he carried the ball. 2nd down and 7. Garner is the running back. Gannon slips, and that's about the only way the Jets have been able to get any pressure on Gannon. Rich does it himself. Marvin Jones will get a gift sack.
Yeah, it's a 5-man rush, so Ted Cottrell finally brings pressure against Gruden's offensive line. There's Marvin Jones, 55, coming on the blitz. There's the slip by Gannon, and the first sack of the night for the Jets.
And Marvin didn't come down nearly as hard on him as the Goose did last year in the playoffs.
3rd down and 14.
That's a huge sack because if they don't pick up the first down, they may be out of field goal range.
Finally a flag.
I think they might have got Lincoln Kennedy for flinching.
Dick Hantack. First time we've heard from Dick tonight. He should be in good throat.
False start. Offense, number 73. 5-yard penalty. Still 3rd down.
Still 3rd down. Meanwhile, John Abraham has been sitting out this series. Their leading sacker going to the Pro Bowl. 13 sacks. Get a report on Abraham, who's just been on the bench for this entire series. 3rd down and 19. Just a 4-man rush, dumped off over the middle, caught off the shoe tops by Randy Jordan, and Jordan is able to take the ball inside the 30 to the 28 and at least position Janikowski for a field goal attempt.
Pretty good indication when Gannon made the signal at the line of scrimmage that he was looking for the dump off against the zone. He read that the Jets were going to be in a zone. No sense trying to force one and risk the interception. Might as well set up Janikowski, who appears to be healthy and hot.
A 21-yarder, a 41-yarder, both going through. This one will be 45 yards. Shane Leckler will spot the ball at the 35-yard line. And Janikowski, that's the end of the cellulitis, no question about that.
We should all have cellulite.
3 for 3 is Sebastian, the #1 pick last year. In a game of field goals, 9-3 Oakland.
From this moment on, you for me.
Every American
ever had a dream? Dreamed of driving a Cadillac.
From this moment on.
It's time to start dreaming again.
Attention everybody, the Home Depot is driving down the cost of home improvement. We are taking an extra 40% off hundreds of items. Look for the yellow tags and save an extra 40% on great brand names all over the store.
Like this 2-pack of compact fluorescent light bulbs. With 40% off, it's just $5.99.
But hurry, it's only while supplies last. And just one more way the Home Depot has lower prices nailed.
Every Saturday night, James Bond's gonna push your buttons. Eject to see. The Bond Picture Show premieres in 2 weeks, 8/7 Central on ABC.
Next Saturday, college basketball, you'll see either Wake Forest against Duke or Oklahoma against Kansas. Regional action next Saturday here on ABC. On the West Coast, it's SC and Arizona State. Well, Rich Gannon and the Raiders with 3 field goals. Janikowski now sends a bouncing kickoff inside the 10 after it is juggled by Chad Morton. And Morton does a great job recovering out past the 40, gets by Janikowski, and finally Jerry Porter knocks him down at the 47-yard line.
That's an incredible effort by Chad Morton.
46 yards. Each one of them well earned. 9-3.
Some might see it as a pile of rocks, but it's really...
Sweetie, why don't you go get a drink?
Good idea.
Why settle for an ordinary beer when you can have the smooth, satisfying taste of Michelob Light?
So organic.
It makes me feel so insignificant.
Tell me about Man with Michelob Light.
Beer from Michelob Light.
Oh, there you are.
Ma'am, please don't touch the art.
What would you do if someone passed you the keys to a Pontiac Grand Prix for a week?
We're on our way to Lime Rock, premier Grand Prix racetrack around here.
Where else would you take a Grand Prix except on a Grand Prix track?
Let me see how you handle, baby.
Did I tell you?
It's so much fun. Get out of my way!
Talk about an adventure. None of us have ever been to AC. Tuxes, dinner. What do you mean it's nice? I don't look like a waiter.
Can you hit him? So what would you do with the Pontiac Grand Prix?
Elvis!
Tell us at Pontiac.com.
Some see in 8-foot walls a not-so-subtle message to keep out. 4. Others see it as a minor obstacle to an invigorating day at the course. There you go. Oh! That is good! The perfect accompaniment to such an outing, Taco Bell. For a little green, you can indulge in great tasting, high-quality fare no matter who you are.
Excuse me, young man.
Think I'll play through.
Hey!
Score a crunchy taco and bean burrito together, just 98 cents. Now with better beef, beans, and tortillas. For a tasty deal, think outside the bun.
Just relax. Get comfortable. What are you getting so upset about? Are you afraid of the chair? Just answer the question.
The Chair series premiere this Tuesday at 8/7 Central on ABC.
So far tonight, the Raiders have run twice as many plays as the Jets for more than twice as much yardage and had the ball nearly twice as much. So the Raiders have dominated offensively, yet lead only by 6 on 3 field goals. Now after the great run back by Chad Morton, Vinny and the Jets start from the 48 with Curtis Martin picking up 5 to the 43, tackled by Greg Biekert. Paul Hackett is the offensive coordinator of the New York Jets. Last year he was the head coach at the University of Southern California. Paul's been around a long time, assistant with Dallas. At Kansas City, in fact, when Paul was there, Dan, he helped resurrect Rich Gannon's career.
There's no question, and it's a combination of a West Coast offense and also the things that Dan Henning ran when he was the offensive coordinator for Al Groh, and also the offense that Vinny is most comfortable with.
2nd and 6. Lamont Jordan is in the game, split wide to the right. They keep the ball on the ground, and they give it to Martin, and Curtis takes it to the 30-yard line. Maybe the most underrated running back in the league, and has been that way for several years. Dorsett makes the tackle.
I thought it was interesting when Herman Edwards told us the reason why he's the most underrated, because he doesn't make spectacular plays. This is all he does. Just gets the ball in the I formation, makes a couple of guys miss, gets up the field, moves the chains, and just makes yards.
Plus, he was in the appreciable shadow of the tuna there for a few years.
He is a second-quarter superstar. He has averaged 6.2 yards per carry this season in this period. Testaverde throws, and that is caught by Lavernius Coles. And the former Florida State star takes the ball to the 22. When Martin came into the league as a third-round pick of the New England Patriots out of the University of Pittsburgh in '95, since that point in time, well, take a look. He has more yardage than anybody.
Yeah. You know, when Bill Parcells gives you his stamp of imprimatur as a tough guy, says he can't break you, that says reams about Curtis Martin.
Well, Bill Parcells very much back in the news. A lot of reports indicating that Parcells is going to coach Tampa Bay next year, and Tony Dungy's going to get fired. It's been talked about all day. Meanwhile, with Jordan at quarterback, the snap goes back to him on a trick play that the Raiders say, wait a minute, we've seen this before.
Well, they have seen it a couple of times. Lamont Jordan did this when the Jets played the Colts. Had more success with it. Here's Vinny outside here, and here's Lamont Jordan. It's going to be a draw play. And the Raiders did some scouting. They knew this was coming, but don't be surprised if the Jets don't come back to it a little bit more and maybe run an option play. Vinny getting after Harris on the outside.
3rd down and 5 now from the 25-yard line. Martin. And he can only get to the 23. Derek Gibson makes the tackle, and that will force them to settle for a field goal attempt of roughly 40 yards.
That's a couple of good plays tonight by Derek Gibson on Curtis Martin in the open field. Raiders' #1 pick is the dime back. When the Raiders go to 6 defensive backs, he's come through for them here in the first half.
We've had 6 possessions in the game, 6 field goal attempts, and there is John Abraham, obviously not feeling well. He's been on the bench, and back he goes to the locker room. 41-yard field goal attempt. And it is blocked. It is blocked by Anthony Dorsett.
There's Anthony Dorsett jumping to the inside side of Rick Lyle as Charles Woodson was lined up on the outside. Too much speed and a block by Anthony Dorsett.
What would you do if someone passed you the keys to a Pontiac Grand Am for a week?
We're going to drive as fast as we can to San Francisco.
We're doing big things for the Pontiac Grand Am. Big things, baby. 3-car park next 3. That's sense. How do we get to 3 cars? Vegas!
This is like living a dream, baby.
Yeah! Welcome to Vegas, baby. We on the strip, baby.
On the strip.
Oh, yeah!
Girls gone wild at the Bellagio. Yes. So what would you do with the Pontiac Grand Am? How you doing? Tell us at Pontiac.com.
It's time for renewed friendships. It's time for fresh resolutions. It's time for friends and family with Verizon Wireless.
Now, for just $35 monthly access, get 3,500 total monthly minutes for life on select digital plans with nationwide long distance included. Then talk all you want with anyone, anywhere in the U.S. And now, for a limited time, get a great Motorola phone for just $19.99.
So you'll have time for all the things that matter most. Verizon Wireless. Join in.
When my son comes to visit, I like to prepare nice things for him. Hi, baby. Peach pie, my special meatloaf, and a nice bunch of mid-caps, small caps, and laddered munis, taking into account current opportunities in the Asian market.
No utilities?
Wouldn't it be great if the person you trust most was your broker?
The rate of return.
At a Schwab planning workshop, we give advice that's objective, uncomplicated, and not driven by commission.
If you're concerned about estate taxes.
To sign up for a workshop, call 1-800-9-SCHWAB.
ABC Wednesday. Jay's looking for a little attention, but Damon has other ideas.
Well, what does this game have that I don't have?
A mute button. I knew my wife and kids. Wednesday on ABC.
Anthony Dorsett, of course, the son of Tony Dorsett, played with Tennessee in the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, came here last season, blocking John Hall's kick.
Looked like his old man hitting that hole, man.
Yeah. So John Gruden's team up by 6. 3:05 to go in the first half from the 34-yard line. Throws over the middle, caught, midfield, Jerry Rice, first down, 49-yard line. Let's get an update on the defensive end, John Abraham. What's happening, Melissa?
Well, Al, you were right. Official word from the team, he is under the weather. A few minutes ago, he came over to the sidelines. He vomited. They gave him oxygen. He's just looked very subdued. Of course, now he's in the locker room with the doctor undergoing further evaluation. We will keep you posted.
Yeah, when we saw him, he didn't look hurt. He looked sick, and that is the case. Eric Bogu is the replacement for him as Garner breaks free, and finally Coleman runs him down at the 21-yard line.
Well, everybody on the Jets sidelines got to be feeling as queasy as Abraham after that run. Maybe the tri-continental trek is starting to wear him down.
But they're going to run right at Obagu, number 99 right there behind Lincoln Kennedy. So John Gruden noticed that Abraham went in the locker room. He goes right after his replacement. And Garner down the sidelines, and the Raiders are close to the red zone now.
2 minutes left in the half.
Quitting smoking? Here, taste this.
Nicorette Orange. Only from Nicorette.
Now, this just may be a flavor I can quit with.
Sometimes victory's so close.
You can taste it.
You can do it. Nicorette Orange can help.
Of the 441 tax law changes, one could affect how much you pay. Is it on page 17 or 17,000? No one understands the changes better than H&R Block. If you're not satisfied, you don't pay.
Extra soggy, extra crispy, double squirted for extra gloppiness, double breaded for extra crunchiness. Yummy! Droopy. Lunch?
Get a 12-piece super bucket of KFC Extra Crispy for only $9.99.
There's fast food, and then there's KFC.
On February 8th,
Mr. Wolf is about to go into a meeting.
yes, get ready
Color dye?
You really think it's gonna work?
to get even. Big Fat Liar, rated PG.
Women friends are great. You go shopping, drink some tea.
Really? Might want to check your testosterone, Pip. Take you down a couple quarts.
The Job is back Wednesday on ABC.
On the Toyota halftime show, Chris Berman and Steve Young back in New York, and they'll announce the AFC Pro Bowl starters. And Johnny Mack with a new show on ABC. John McEnroe, our pal, Denny, one of the great sports fans ever.
What's it called, the show?
The Chair.
I just auditioned for a new game show called The Lethal Injection.
And?
I don't know that.
Did you win the audition?
He's still here, isn't he?
I'm on pins and needles.
1st and 10 at the 2-minute warning. Oakland from the 23-yard line, and the catch is made by Tim Brown at the 16.
Now, we made a lot about Rich Gannon's comments. The best way to lead is by example. Right now, he's only missed 2 passes all night. Offensive line doing a good job. He's in rhythm, feeling good about things. Team, the tempo is good for the Raiders. Now they got to get touchdowns and not settle for field goals.
Gannon, 11 out of 13 for 127. 2nd and 5 from the 17. Rice, and Rice's forward progress will net him a first down at the 10-yard line.
Rice continues to assault every human physicality, Tenet.
You know, he's just so precise in his routes. There's no wasted motion. Comes off the line full speed, knows what he needs for the first down. and delivers as usual.
First and goal. Raiders have all of their timeouts, but right now they're going to take all of the time they can off the clock and leave the Jets with nothing. As Garner takes the ball to the 8. You're playing 2 games here, obviously trying to score. On the other hand, you're trying to leave the Jets with no opportunity, if you score, to get the ball back and do something. Now timeout is called by Oakland with 44 ticks left, and we can tell you this wild card game is being brought to you by Cadillac, by Beechwood Aged Budweiser, with a crisp, clean, and refreshing taste, not only the king of beers. Verizon Wireless, join in. And H&R Block, just plain smart.
You know, Al, they might leave the Jets nothing time-wise here, but there is one thing the Raiders could leave them if they don't get another field goal. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I think the Jets are going to walk off going, wow, we just got hammered. We're only down 12-3.
I agree. I think it's a very important stop for the Jets here, especially with their sackmeister, John Abraham, questionable for the second half.
You know,
absolutely.
He's got to be really sick to, you know, a young kid like that to miss a game this big. He's got to be just wasted.
It's Wayne Corbett, who has not been a factor in this game tonight. Rick Lyle right now has replaced Abraham. Crockett and Kirby are the setbacks here on second down and goal. Gannon buys time, throws, caught. Brown stopped at the 3-yard line, so it's going to be third down and goal.
It's amazing, though, that Gannon looks so calm because he's not getting any pressure at all. Now Gruden wants a timeout.
And gets one. Raiders have one left, third and goal coming up.
How do they see through the stockings?
How do they see through the stockings? They're sheer.
Right.
But you're missing the point of the story. The woman's car is commandeered, stranding her miles from the nearest FedEx location.
She's toast?
No. Directly across the street, her salvation.
Directly across the street?
Technically, it was kitty corner, but stay with me. Is it a mirage?
I don't know.
Is it a miracle?
Yes.
No. It's one of thousands of FedEx Express drop boxes strategically located at post office locations coast to coast.
Keeping the engines of commerce
well lubed. Precisely.
26 seconds remaining in the first half. Rich Gannon just over to consult with John Gruden. Of course, the Raiders, one of the teams where the head coach not only calls the plays, but is on the mic into Gannon's helmet. Third and goal.
And Zach Crockett is in the game at tailback behind John Ritchie, extra tight end in Jeremy Brigham. But don't forget that man right there, Tim Brown.
Come up in a very tight formation. Brown on a wing. Gannon, good protection, throws, caught, touchdown Brown.
Beautiful Dano.
I'm always amazed, Dan, that a guy like Brown, a guy you know they're going to look to first if they can get so open.
And really the only viable receiver out there. Don't they know the guy's going to the Hall of Fame? Don't they know he's won the Heisman Trophy? He's the only wide receiver in the game. He was totally uncovered.
Janikowski to tack on the extra point. So it's a perfect drive. They get in for 7, and they take most of the time off the clock.
Now it's either Aaron Glenn or Damian Robinson that does not stay with Tim Brown. Brown goes right to the corner, back to the end zone. And is he wide open? Just a touch. Gannon's not going to overthrow this one, is he? Puts it right on his shoulder.
I guess if you're drawing up a defensive breakdown in a clinic, you'd draw that play, wouldn't you?
Well, I mean, it appeared that they were playing zone, okay? Well, zone coverage on the 3-yard line is tough to pull off. You got to play some man-to-man. You got to put 2 men on Tim Brown.
Best of all possible worlds for the silver and black, too. Only 22 seconds left, and they do deliver the big punch to New York. They're letting them know they can indeed get in the end zone, and they're not going to be given a pass in the second half.
First touchdown of the game coming after the blocked field goal by Dorsett.
Now the Jets are going into that halftime locker room really cognizant how up against it they are. And maybe that, when your mind's a little weak, maybe that's when that jet lag really sinks in, Al.
The Jets right now just trying to think about getting something going offensively in the second half. Right now, their only hope really here is a very good run back after the Janikowski kickoff to at least set up a possible field goal attempt. And he sends a bouncing ball down to Lamont Jordan. And he brings it back up to the 36-yard line with 17 seconds remaining. Series premiere of The Chair. We're talking about Johnny Mac, John McEnroe. New career, there he is, as the host of The Chair. Premieres this Tuesday night at 8 Eastern and Pacific, 7 Central on ABC. Our man Johnny, I'm going to be watching that show on Tuesday, didn't it?
Wow, that looked like that had dentistry, Marathon Man, Larry Olivier with a drill written all over it, didn't it?
First and 10, ball to the 36-yard line as Testaverde on a draw play gives it to Curtis Martin. And Martin takes it up to the 49-yard line, and the Jets are going to take a timeout to try to set up one more play to get Hall within field goal range.
Yeah, they need about 20 yards, but this was a great start to this drive with just 17 seconds to go. Curtis Martin with a huge hole again on the draw and a strong, hard tackle by Johnny Harris. But now Testaverde's going to be looking to throw the ball over the middle. He's got a timeout to use. With 11 seconds, he's got enough time to get back there, survey the field, and get the ball off. And again, the thing about the Jets offensively, we've been talking about the pass protection that Gannon's been getting. Well, Testaverde's had great protection in this first half as well, has yet to be sacked in 8 throws.
New York trying to get into field goal range with the ball at the 48-yard line. Testaverde going deep into coverage and trying to draw the flag was Coles, but Eric Allen was right there, had position, knocked it away.
Raiders defensively were bunching the middle of the field and playing single coverage on the outside. Vinny trying to get that jump ball, as you said, Al. But Eric Allen, you're not going to get it against a veteran like Eric Allen, who's playing with more brains right now than brawn and physical talent.
Yeah, that's the dual-edged sword for Eric Allen. When you make that play, you're mature. When it gets behind you, you're old.
Yeah. He was old last week when Coles went by him, wasn't he?
Barring a defensive foul, it's the end of the half here. Vinny escapes, then throws. It's caught by Coles at the 25 and looking for somebody to lateral to, and he laterals it to Martin, who's the perfect guy. But now Curtis needs some help, and it's like the Stanford Cow play with everything but the band. And that's the way the first half ends. Well, why not? That Stanford Cow play took place about 5 miles to the north in 1982, I think it was.
No tuba player here.
No, but Tom Tupa's here.
End of the first half, and the Oakland Raiders trying to win a trip to New England, leading 16-3. Here's Melissa.
All right, Al, John, you guys lost the 3 games coming into tonight. You're completely dominating. What's the biggest difference with this team?
I have no idea. We're just playing a little bit better, but we got a long way to go.
And you're losing your voice. Thanks, John.
Okay, now to New York we go. At the half, check in with Chris Berman. Chris.
All right, Al, thank you very much. And here with Steve Young. And, well, some hijinks at the end of the half, but certainly some high quarterback play. And the fellows were talking about it at the end of the half. Rich Gannon, 14 of 16. Yikes.
We talked about him early being a perfectionist, and he's taken the lead here. I think he's led all 4 scoring, 8, 7, 6, and 10 play drives, all scoring drives. And then you think about the Raiders, who are the guys that you look to? Right. The old guys, Jerry Rice, Tim Brown, Rich Gannon, even John Gruden fits around that late 30-something crowd. They're carrying it.
16-13 back with the Toyota halftime show to announce the AFC Pro Bowl starters after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Stick it in here.
This is Vinny Testaverde of the New York Jets. He donates his time to the United Way in his community. Vinny is a magician on the football field.
Here, is that your card?
Nope.
Is this your card?
Nope, 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 nope.
Well, do you guys know the milk trick?
On the football field, Vinny is a magician. Abracadabra.
ABC Wednesday. Jay's looking for some attention, but Damon's got other ideas.
What does this game have that I don't have?
A mute button.
I knew my wife and kids. And speaking of mute buttons, who taught Jim's daughter how to say, "Hey, Jim"?
Well, at least she used it right.
New comedy according to Jim, and at 9/8 Central. It takes a real man to play this woman.
It's like menopause hit her hard and then dragged her for 50 years.
Richard Chamberlain guest stars in a new Drew Carey, followed by the season premiere of The Job, Wednesday, starting at 8/7 Central on ABC.
It's your life. Get on with it. Dodge Caravan.
After 75 years as Western Michigan's premier furniture showcase, Irwin's Home Furnishings is going out of business in Muskegon and will liquidate every item of quality home furnishings to the public on a first-come, first-served basis. Everything must go regardless of cost. I said everything must go. Don't miss the total liquidation of Irwin's Home Furnishings at 26770 Road in Muskegon. At liquidation prices, home furnishings are available only to retail customers and not available to competing home furnishings dealers or wholesalers.
What do you give the man who has everything? Perhaps a fine timepiece complete with spinning blade, magnetic field, and remote detonator. For the sporting type, there's the high-speed watercraft with hang glider attachment and optional anti-personnel torpedo launcher. What do you give the woman who has everything?
I'm very impressed.
Every Saturday night, the Bond Picture Show, beginning in 2 weeks, 8/7 Central. Really? Only on ABC.
Really?
Welcome to the Toyota Halftime Show, brought to you by Toyota. Get the feeling. Here now, Chris Berman and Steve Young.
16-3, the Raiders lead the Jets earlier today. If you weren't with us at the fake flubber at the Vet, it was the Philadelphia Eagles over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 31-9. And the big play came last minute of the second quarter. Donovan McNabb, the swing pass to Deuce Staley, and he just churns it up for a 17-6 lead.
And it seemed like Donovan used his feet and his eyes early, and then Deuce, and the rest of the team followed it through. The rest of the game played a very clean game.
So the Eagles go on to Chicago, very similar to the two teams that allowed the least points in football. Bears 203, Philly 208.
I think it's a great matchup, and I think that in the end, Donovan McNabb and his dynamic ability will be the difference in this ball game.
That should be intriguing. Similar styles there. Well, earlier today we were able to announce the starters in the Pro Bowl in the NFC, game to be seen here on ABC Saturday, February 9th. Now it's time for the AFC. The quarterback, the man you've been seeing tonight, Rich Loose Gannon of the Oakland Raiders. Went a couple of months, it seems, between interceptions, 27 TD passes, 9 picks, almost 4,000 yards. Blocking for him, Jonathan Ogden and Lincoln Kennedy. The tackles, the guards, Will Shields and Alan Faneca, his first appearance. Kevin Mawai, the center of the New York Jets. Gannon will be throwing to the leading receiver in football, Rod Smith of the Broncos, Marvin Harrison, a triple-figure receiver, Curtis Martin, Larry Centers in the backfield, Tony Gonzalez, the starter at tight end, but he is hurt. We won't see him in Hawaii. But we will see Curtis, my favorite, Martin, who joined Barry Sanders and Eric Dickerson as only the third back to start his career with 7 straight 1,000-yard seasons. Change of address on the front wall certainly didn't hurt. John Randall, now a Seahawk, Marcellus Wiley, now a Charger. They're starting along with Trevor Price and the Jets' John Abraham up front. The linebackers come from what we like to call the AFC Blackjack Division, the AFC Central. Jason Gilden of the Steelers, Jameer Miller, the first Pro Bowl starter and player of the New Browns, and of course, no surprise, the MVP of the Super Bowl last year, Ray Lewis, who still spearheads the Baltimore Ravens and hope they can climb up the wild card ladder again. Defensive backfield, Sam Madison, Charles Woodson at the corners, Rod Woodson, the future Hall of Famer, and Rodney Harrison are your safeties. Teams are certainly starting to throw away from the former Heisman Trophy winner Charles Woodson, just 1 pick, but yet his 4th straight Pro Bowl appearance. As for special teams, Jason Elam, your kicker, Shane Leckler of the Raiders, your punter, the dangerous Jermaine Lewis of the Ravens, the return man, and Ian, all that glitters is not gold of the Broncos, your special team. And you wonder whether that'll be the last time we'll ever see the 19-year veteran Bruce Matthews, lineman of the Tennessee Titans, in that Pro Bowl. Jets get the ball in the second half, but they got to do more than Chad Morton returning kicks. When we come back, Al Michaels with tennis great and New York Jets fan John McEnroe.
Are you tough enough to drive a Tacoma?
A chance to be on the U.S. Olympic team is on the line. Michelle Kwan, Sarah Hughes, Angela Nikodinov. The State Farm U.S. Figure Skating Championships Ladies Final Sunday on ABC.
Beautiful shot of the Bay Bridge as the Toyota halftime show continues here at Oakland. Oakland leading at the half over the New York Jets by a score of 16-3. If you were to play word association and I were to say John McEnroe and chair, might you think about something like this?
What did I say, umpire? Tell me. Please tell me. Just please tell me. I want you to not call because you made a mistake.
The score is 5-4 in the third set.
So what better title for a show than The Chair, as John McEnroe joins us live from the set of his new show in Los Angeles. John, tell us about the career change and what you'll be doing on Tuesday night.
Well, first of all, I do not answer to Regis McEnroe or Wink McEnroe, all right? All right, Al, you promise that? All right.
I promise that.
Now, listen, the idea of the show is that people have to be under control, which you know I was so good at during my career. So keep their heart rate under control, answer 7 measly questions, and maybe walk away with $250,000.
Now, you're still going to keep that McEnroe edge, aren't you? They're not going to corrupt you.
I'm under strict orders from ABC, Al, to keep that edge.
In fact, let's take a look. Here's a preview look at what we'll see on Tuesday night.
This is your heart stopper. Excellent. Very well done. I tell you what I do when I relax, but I haven't relaxed in 42 years. Doug, I'm sorry. You've been beaten by the chair.
That's Tuesday night on ABC. John, I know you are a New Yorker and you are a sick Jets fan. What do you think of the chances of the Jets coming back this week?
I'm worried. I mean, I must say, they do, like Dennis said, they look a little jet lagged, a little fatigued, and the fact that Abraham's out, and I just wish as a Jets fan they just open things a little bit more on offense, but maybe they just don't have the people to do it yet. But still, I'm proud of them. It's a good run, but I don't know if about the second half. Maybe just pull it together somehow. It's looking a little grim, though.
I think you're right. I think they will open it up. John, good luck on Tuesday. We'll be watching. John McEnroe.
Al, thanks for having me. All right.
The new show called The Chair. Dan Faust now joins me in the other chair. So, Dan, your thoughts now on the first half?
Well, the Raiders set the tempo. They went right down the field the first drive. They got a field goal. They're doing the things offensively that they wanted to do. Gannon's been hot. Charlie Gardner doesn't look like his foot is bothering him at all. The Jets in the second half, they got to do the same thing with this opening drive. They got to get points.
Raiders in very good shape as they try to win a trip to Foxborough to face the Patriots next Saturday, 16-3 Oakland.
For the first time ever, the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety subjected full-size pickups to their crash test, a test performed at even higher speeds than those conducted by the government. In the end, only one earned the highest overall safety rating. Toyota Tundra. When we say better from the ground up, we mean a lot better.
This has been the Toyota Halftime Show, brought to you by Toyota. Get the feeling. We'll be back with the second half after this from our ABC stations.
It begins with a warning.
If I'm dead, you let someone know what happened.
It ends with the most shocking 5 minutes you've ever witnessed on a new practice Sunday 10/9 Central on ABC. They met each other quite by accident.
He saved my life.
Ben Affleck and Sandra Bullock.
She's different than anyone I've ever met.
The network television premiere, Forces of Nature, ABC Monday.
I'm Sherry DiOrio with the WZZM 13 Halftime Report.
Well, 10 becomes 4 as the Grand Rapids School Board looks to fill an empty seat. At a special meeting this afternoon, the board narrowed the field, selecting 4 candidates. Khadijah Brown-Gates, Patricia Pulliam, Lewis Dean, and James Williamson all survived the cut. Plus, the Grand Rapids Griffins are helping area kids focus their energy on something positive. A new program has coaches and players teaching kids all about hockey right after the game.
It's the start of another year, and Chevy wants to make it one to remember. That's why we're kicking it into overdrive with $2,002 cash back on every new 2001 and 2002 Chevy car, truck, and SUV. That's $2,002 when you lease or purchase any new Chevrolet. It's a new year, and a new Chevy could make all the difference. So see your local Chevy dealer today.
It's Art Expo 2002. This Sunday, choose from thousands of beautiful original oils on canvas. Giant sofa-size paintings sold elsewhere for hundreds of dollars, as low as $19. Smaller paintings from $7. Absolutely nothing over $49. It's an Art Expo and sale this Sunday, 11 to 4. In Grand Rapids at the Airport Hilton and in Kalamazoo at the Clarion. Original sofa-size oil paintings from $19 this Sunday only, 11 to 4.
He loves football because you do. He loves basketball because you do. His love of sports started with you. Don't let it end because of you. If your excessive gambling is affecting your family and ruining your life, get help. Win your life back and win your family back. If you've got a problem gambling on sports, call the Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Dad, please call. We're not quite done with the snow yet. I'll have all the details after the game.
We start the second half in Oakland. Al Michaels, Dan Fouts, Dennis Miller, Eric Dickerson, Melissa Stark as we wrap up Wildcard Saturday. Philadelphia knocked off Tampa 31-9. Here we start the second half with the Raiders leading by 13 and Janikowski kicking off to the Jets. At the 6-yard line, Chad Morton, a couple of real nice runbacks in the first half. And this time he gets wrapped up at the 27-yard line by Terry Kirby. Let's check in with Melissa Stark.
Well, Al, Herman Edwards told us yesterday that if he's learned anything about the character of his team this year, it's that they stay calm, they do not panic under pressure. He said they're more mad at themselves than anything right now. In the second half, they want to finish off their blocks and open up the passing game. Defensively, he said it's very hard to get pressure on Rich Gannon without John Abraham. They want to blitz a little bit more. As far as Abraham is concerned, he has the flu. He received fluids intravenously this morning, but Edwards was not optimistic that he'll return.
And that is a huge blow because he was their leading sacker with 13. Now Benny starts from the 28-yard line with a roll to his left, a throw, and that's incomplete to the sideline, intended for Kevin Swain.
When we look at the first half stats, you got to realize we had 8 possessions in the first half and 0 punts. So offensively, both teams have done a good job of moving the ball. But for the Jets, Vinny has been solid. Curtis Martin has done well, but the Jets on third down have only been able to convert 1 of 4 opportunities. That's why they only have 3 points.
Second and 10 from the 28-yard line. And Testaverde had the receiver fall down. That was Wayne Corbett, and it's the first pass so much as intended for Corbett tonight.
This is a bad start for the Jets. Testaverde has the ball dropped on his first throw to Swain, and now the reliable one, Wayne Corbett, slips just as Testaverde delivering the ball.
Yeah, you wonder about Corbett. He didn't practice that much this week, and the Jets sort of poo-pooed any injury.
Yeah, and it's strange to hear that he was tired. I mean, this guy never gets tired. He's like the Energizer Bunny.
Third down and 10 from the 28-yard line. Testaverde slings it up to the 45, and that is Coles making a great grab and getting a first down up at the 50. Covered by Eric Allen. It's a gain of 22.
Well, Coles figures I'll make the Corbett catch for him.
Spectacular catch. He did look like Wayne Corbett. Last week, Corbett had a catch just about like this where he juggled the ball to himself. Here it is on the outside. And that tackle by Eric Allen is a touchdown saver, because if he makes this catch and run without the tackle, he's gone.
And so after a 3rd and 10, it's a first down at midfield. Opening drive, second half. End around. Ball handed to Coles. Coles able to turn the corner, and he turns it into a gain of 7 to the 43-yard line. The Jets in a position down by 13. In the history of the NFL, only 2 road teams trailing by 13 or more points at the half have won. It was Detroit back in 1957, and most recently in 97 when the Vikings beat the Giants at Giant Stadium. And that's it. On 2nd and 3, Testaverde slings it into traffic. Corbett juggles. Beekert says no. Officials say yes. He makes the catch at the 32.
This is an incredible catch by Corbett, as he's going into traffic. He knows for one thing he's going to get murdered on this reception. Beats Woodson to the punch on the inside there. Watch the juggle here. Eyes are on the ball. Bounces off his chest down to his knees, and he hangs on for the reception.
Read that 2-79 graphic, Al. If history's taught us anything, it's not to give up on a Herman Edwards team, no matter how late in the game.
Yeah, this year they've won 3 games by 1 point, another game by 2 points. Here they give the ball to Curtis Martin, back to the basics, inside the 20 to the 18-yard line, and that moves the chains.
Well, he started out with 5 straight passes. That will set up the draw play every time, and that's been the best run tonight for the Jets. Curtis Martin on the draw. Big hole there. Richie Anderson leading up on William Thomas. And this is a good-looking drive for the Jets to start the second half. But now they're in the red zone. They've got to get into the end zone.
This drive started at the New York 28. Now at the 18-yard line. They give the ball not to Anderson. Instead, Vinny rolling, nearly gets sacked, and then gets just about back to the line of scrimmage. Almost a disaster, but he turns it into no gain.
Well, Vinny's Achilles isn't re-blowing out on that play. It's never going to re-blow out again.
Tony Bryant's most surprised guy in the house. He wasn't able to get Lavernius Coles on the reverse earlier in this drive, and that time he couldn't bring down old man Vinny at 38 years old. Still got the hops.
Second down, 9. In fact, he gained a yard. And they spread everybody out. They have Martin in the game. They have Anderson in the game, but spread out of an empty backfield. On 2nd and 9, Testaverde throws, and it is caught by Corbett. So after a silent first half, Corbett with 2 big catches, including a touchdown grab here. And just like that, the Jets get right back into the game on a 17-yard touchdown pass from Testaverde to Corbett.
Well, by spreading out the offense, it spreads out the defense as well. Corbett on the corner route. The Raiders are playing zone. Johnny Harris goes to the inside receiver. Too late to get over and prevent this touchdown pass.
Corbett did a nice job of acting insouciant there, like he was no longer a key player in the play, and then reactivated.
John Hall for the point after the Jets go 72 yards. And that makes it a 6-point game again. Big early second half drive for the Jets. We went down by 13 at the end of the first half, and now back to within 6.
Nissan Altima.
Somalia, 1993.
RPG! We took a hit! 6-1 is going down.
100 American soldiers found themselves surrounded by 5,000 rebel fighters.
We got a man down!
The only thing more incredible than the odds was how they triumphed.
Come on!
Black Hawk Down, rated R. Now playing in New York and LA, everywhere Friday.
My life has never been more demanding, and yet I want to push a little harder, give a little more, and to help keep my mind and body as active as possible, there's Centrum Performance. It's a complete multi with higher levels of B vitamins plus ginkgo and ginseng to help re-energize my mind and body. The more life demands, the more we demand of ourselves.
Centrum Performance. Life demands it.
There's no place like home. There's no place like home. Somebody help me!
Rose Red, Sunday, January 27th on ABC.
The New York Jets moving down the field. After the kickoff was returned to the 28th to go 72 yards. Corbett with 2 big catches on the drive, including the touchdown catch, but the big play was that 3rd and 10 on the first series, the pass to Coles to midfield. Here's Terry Kirby taking the kick. And run out of bounds at the 27-yard line. But Corbett gets into the game after a completely silent first half and puts the Jets right back into the game.
Yo, 2 6-packs and a big bag of ice. And you look at the bite, but the brew tastes nice. Back to the stick it in the fridge, stick it in the fridge, stick it in the fridge, stick it in the fridge. I like cool beverage, I like cool beverage, I like cool beverage, I'm kinda thirsty. I like cool beverage, I like cool beverage,
Right now, Verizon Wireless is giving you time for you and your family, wherever you are.
It's time for the Family Share plan, only from Verizon Wireless. With Family Share, get up to 4 lines on 1 plan. And now get 3,500 total monthly minutes to share for life on select digital plans with nationwide long distance included. So you can call anyone, anywhere in the U.S. Plus, get each family member a Motorola phone for $19.99 each with activation.
So you have time for all the things that matter most. Only from Verizon Wireless. Join in.
Introducing the tough new crew cab long bed. It's the next frontier.
This telecast is copyrighted by the NFL for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this telecast or of any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the NFL's consent is prohibited.
Next Saturday, ABC's coverage of the 2002 PGA Tour starts. Phil Mickelson, Justin Leonard, David Toms among those competing in the Bobo Chrysler Classic. Coverage starts next Saturday at 3 Eastern Time.
New York team's always coming back on Oakland this year, huh? Doesn't matter the sport.
In the case in baseball, clearly here, this is where Derek Jeter made that phenomenal play. First down from the 28-yard line. And that is Charlie Garner taking it up to the 30. Speaking of Derek Jeter, just like that, Denny. Look how quickly we roll this baby in.
Look at Jeter. That's genius, huh?
Unbelievable. And that was the play that propelled the Yankees to the World Series. Then, of course, Jason Giambi leaves Oakland, goes to New York. And then the culmination last week.
Not to mention the Catfish jumped ship years ago to go to New York.
2nd and 7 from the 30-yard line. That's caught by John Ritchie, the fullback, who takes it up to the 40-yard line. His first handle of the night. And that cut just won't heal.
I don't think he wants it to heal. He wants to go sit up in the stands with the rest of those folks. Take a look at the start track for the first half. Rich Gannon, a spectacular first half as they start the second half now with a no-huddle offense, much as they got the things going in the first half tonight, Al.
Trying to tire the Jets, who are still minus John Abraham out with the flu. Tyrone Wheatley is in the game as the running back. That's Wheatley with the football, picking up 5, getting it across the 45-yard line.
Well, I like where the Jets are sitting right now. You see their quarterback for Oakland at 14 out of 16. You're only down 6 points on the other guy's turf. You know, they're down, but they're still hanging in there, man.
That loss of John Abraham, Sean Ellis is going to have to step up now. He is the best pass rusher that Ted Cottrell has left on that defense.
2nd down and 6 now from the 45-yard line. Gannon to the 50-yard line. And close to a first down is Jerry Rice. Very close to it. Let's check in with Eric.
Well, Al, I'm sure John Gruden was not too pleased about that last drive by the Jets for a touchdown. He said that his team played very well in the first half. He said that one thing he wants to do is do a better job of running the football more in the second half. He also says that he's very pleased the way his defense has played, because his defense has given up a lot of big plays this year.
He was very pleased, certainly with their first half performance. Not quite as pleased after that first drive in the second half here as the Jets march down the field. 1st and 10, the ball at the 49-yard line, under 9 minutes to play in the third. Wheatley, nowhere.
That's really not Tyrone Wheatley's strength, is jumping to the outside. He's had a lot of success tonight. You can see as he gets up a little bit frustrated, but his success will come between the tackles, but not to the outside. Eric Obagu, number 99, is playing defensive end here. Does a nice job of getting through the tackle of the tight end there, Jeremy Brigham, and bringing down Tyrone Wheatley.
It's almost like he's running Garner's plays and Garner's running his plays, Dano.
A little bit of a cross-up there, you bet.
2nd and 10. Gannon has completed his last 10 passes. Tim Brown, does he stay in bounds? The one official checks for the other. Yes, he does.
I hate that when the officials have to talk about it. If you see it, call it. You don't need help having to talk about it.
Well, you need possession and both feet in bounds, and clearly they're looking at this upstairs to see whether they want to challenge it. And if I am the Jets, I send the flag right out there now.
And they better hurry, because the Raiders are at the line of scrimmage.
Right.
Trying to beat the clock. Not going to happen. There's the red flag.
Right.
I can't imagine what the two officials are talking about here, because Brown is clearly out of bounds. I'm not even sure he was possessing the ball.
I think the refs were just guessing.
Beautiful effort, though, by Tim Brown.
Well, maybe they were taken in like I was with the beauty of the mere catch.
They may have been.
Because that's a stunning athletic move right there.
Not a bad throw either.
But a pretty easy one to overturn after Dick Hantak takes a look at Herman Edwards' challenge.
And you know, the Raiders are even backing up. They know that this is going to be overruled.
Yeah, that's a pretty good indication.
I've never seen that before.
You don't even have to bring the jury foreman in.
Throwing themselves on the mercy of the court.
Could have saved Hantak the hike. He's way down there.
Ball thrown over the outside shoulder. Brown stops it with his right hand and pulls it in with the left foot out of bounds.
If this gets overturned, and I'm sure it will, the ball will come back to the 49-yard line, and it will be 3rd down and 10.
This challenge really shouldn't take this long.
No, Dick, you don't need more than one angle that way. I loved it how Billick told us a few weeks ago that each refereeing crew has its own appreciable personality. He told us that Billick's so savvy. He said you can count on Hantak's crew for one impactful holding penalty in each game. Not that we have that here, but I thought it was funny that Billick thinks things out to that degree.
I'm sure Brian is very thrilled that you just mentioned that on the air.
Oh, sorry. He didn't say that on deep background or something, did he?
No, but
just because we met him in the
After
parking
reviewing
garage.
the play, the receiver had the right foot down in the field of play. The left foot came down out of bounds. We have an incomplete pass. It will be third down on the 49-yard line. New York is not charged a timeout. Third down.
No, seriously, no, I didn't violate some bill of secret there, did I?
Ask Brian.
Brian just came in the booth.
Hi, Brian.
Now that ends Gannon's completion streak at 10 and brings the ball back to the 49-yard line where it's third down and 10. Now we're getting word too that John Abraham definitely will not be back in the game tonight. So with the flu, despite the intravenous or whatever they were trying to do to get him back into the game, he is done for the evening. Third down and 10. Here come the Jets on a blitz, and the Raiders pick it up perfectly. Then Gannon buys time, throws. The pass is incomplete. Crowd looks for a flag. There is none. Intended for Roland Williams.
Steve Martin is chasing down Rick Gannon out of the pocket. Raiders had the right call, but Gannon's going to throw the ball behind Roland Williams, and Sean Ellis with the right forearm just sweeps Williams out of the way. Ball was uncatchable.
Right.
That's why there's no penalty.
Exactly. Here is the first punt of the game. The Pro Bowl punter, Shane Leckler, sends one down inside the 5, and Santana Moss did a good job of deking a fair catch and letting it go into the end zone. Jets take it at the 20, down by 6.
The 240 horsepower Nissan Pathfinder.
Let me tell you how it will be. There's one for you, 19 for me.
There are 441 tax law changes. One provision could affect how much you pay. Is it on page 17 or page 17,000? No one understands the tax law changes better than H&R Block. If you're not satisfied, you don't pay.
Extra soggy, extra crispy, double squirted for extra gloppiness, double breaded for extra crunchiness. Yummy! Droopy. Lunch?
Get a 12-piece super bucket of KFC Extra Crispy for only $9.99.
There's fast food, and then there's KFC.
Heartburn? Give me a cold one.
Introducing Tums Cool Relief with Freva crystals for an immediate cooling, soothing sensation and fast heartburn relief. New Tums Cool Relief with calcium.
The fear, the pressure, the chair. This Tuesday, 8 men and women will try to answer 7 simple questions for $250,000. But if they can't control their heart rates, the chair will beat them.
Just answer the question!
John McEnroe hosts The Chair, series premiere Tuesday, 8/7 Central on ABC.
This was a perfect day and a gorgeous night in the San Francisco Bay Area. You look at the Bay Bridge, and there's San Francisco out in the distance. And now to the East Bay, back we come with 7:47 remaining in the third quarter. The Jets have a 1st and 10 at their own 20-yard line. Testaverde throws on a slant intended for Trebet, who can't make the catch. He's covered by Charles Woodson, breaking up the play, bad turf toe and all. Well, a number of times teams have in the last regular season game met and then come back to meet in the playoffs the following week, but no team has gone on the road in both the last game and in the postseason game the next week and won. And that's what the Jets are attempting to do tonight. 2nd and 10 from the 20-yard line. Here comes the blitz, but there was a whistle, and there's no play as Regan Upshaw knocks down Vinny Testaverde. The whistle had sounded before the play.
And Dick Hantak did not like the way that Regan Upshaw took down Vinny Testaverde. So we have the offsides, false start against the Jets, but the penalty on Upshaw is what Hantak threw.
That's a rep call on Upshaw, too, in addition to it being a little over the top. He's got a rep.
I know he's not Brian Greasy's favorite guy.
False start. Offense number 69. By rule, that penalty is declined. Personal foul. Number 91. Rubbing the passer after the play was blowing dead. 15 yards. First down.
That's the key. The whistle was blown, and Upshaw did not hear it and kept going and slammed Testaverde. That's a real tough call against Upshaw.
Very tough.
I think there are just some times when the officials have to be more realistic when they're making calls on roughing the passer. That is a huge play against Gruden's Raiders.
Keep in mind, Gruden says Gannon is more intense than him.
Who needs audio?
Yeah, keep the lip readers away from the screen.
Did you say something now?
First and 10 at the 35. Fake to Anderson, then the handoff to Curtis Martin. And he comes up to the 40-yard line. He stopped there. Flag comes in at the end of the play here.
Well, after not having many penalties in the first half, we're catching up in a big hurry now.
Vinny, not exactly the great Slidini with that play fake.
Clearly the penalty against the Raiders, the clapping by Testaverde. Regan Upshaw and Kerry Jenkins had gotten involved. How about Gruden's takes?
Continuing action foul. Personal foul. Face mask. Defense, number 91.
Upshaw.
15 yards from the end of the run. First down.
Well, they've got to cool him off, so they have to take him out of the game.
No question about it. That's 30 yards in penalties the last two plays. Unless you count in the short rush, the yardage that Curtis Martin got. And the Jets are all the way into Raider territory.
Nobody buys into that Raider mythos more than Regan Upshaw.
First and 10 now as the Jets, thanks to the two penalties, have the ball in Raider territory. Lamont Jordan is the running back. Testaverde faking to him. Vinny going deep into traffic, and it's incomplete. He tried to get it in to Lavernius Coles, but he was bracketed on the play. Eric Allen covering and breaking it up.
Well, Eric Allen is a veteran, played a lot of years in this league.
And now he's coming off.
Torrey James will come in to replace him. Looks like Allen's got some type of injury, but the Raider cornerbacks, both Allen and Charles Woodson, are not as feared around the league as they once were. Big thing with Woodson, he hasn't had much practice time because of that bad toe. He's still a marvelous athlete.
Bothering him all year. There was James in the game. He mirrors Corbett, who's in motion. Pass underneath is caught by Gerald Soule, his first touch of the game, and he's down at the 40-yard line.
Woodson's toe problems are now translated into stamina problems, Al, without the practice.
Sure. Woodson announced tonight as a starter once again in the Pro Bowl as he completes his fourth season. Eric Allen now comes back into the game, and James comes out. Third down and 4 at the 39. 6.5 to go in the third. Raiders, who led by 13 at the half, leading by 6. Testaverde into traffic and has it knocked away. It was deflected away on a pass intended for Coles.
And we talk about Eric Allen, and you talk about the veteran experience he has. Watch him read this route by Coles, get his eyes on the ball. He saw that Coles was going to the inside. The first thing he did is to see where Vinny was going with the ball. You can't get a any closer coverage than Eric Allen had that time on Lavernius Cole.
Tom Tupa's first punt of the game. Tupa outstanding at dropping them inside the 20. Tries to do it here. And the fair catch is made by Tim Brown to the 16. Not John Gruden's favorite series of the night, but it doesn't hurt him, except in terms of field position.
I love the way you've decorated in here.
Want to get away? Now you can. Fly Southwest Airlines for just $39 to $99 each way when you purchase by January 28th.
You are now free to move about the country.
And counting. The new 210 horsepower supercharged Nissan Xterra. Still everything you need, nothing you don't.
When we say our beers are special, we mean it. Our Coors barley is grown only in the Rockies. Our brewing recipes go back 100 years. And special? Well, it's hard to be more special than this. So if a friend tells you that there's nothing special about his beer, tell him to taste yours.
This wildcard game from Oakland is being brought to you by Nissan Driven. Rocky Mountain Cold Coors Light. Are you ready for a cold one? Black Hawk Down coming soon to a theater near you. And Southwest Airlines, the proud sponsor of the NFL and official airline of Super Bowl 36. Oakland, California on the second Saturday night in January. Raiders up by 6 as you look at Jerry Rice. You look at Tim Brown there. This drive beginning at the 15-yard line. And Gannon stepping up in the pocket, throws underneath, and having to fall down to make the catch was James Jett, who's been around a long time, 9th year, but relegated to a reserve role. Jerry Rice, meanwhile, I would say ending his career, but who knows the way he is going. Just phenomenal numbers, obviously. He's lapped the field in not only in the regular season, but in career playoff marks as well. As you can see, holds the significant records in postseason as well as regular season. As Garner takes it up to the 24-yard line, a little short of the first down.
Charlie Garner's got such great feet. I mean, he was crushed there, but his feet never stopped. In fact, they went in reverse, and he backed up for 2 or 3 yards after the big hit. Watch as he hits off the right side of the Jets defense here. He'll get hit, and then because he doesn't stop his feet, he just puts him in reverse.
Now 3rd down and 1, Wheatley in the game. Little toss back to Wheatley. Gets around the corner, picks up the first down. 20 more to the 40.
And when you play a team 6 days apart, as these two teams are playing, that is an example of what you do to change the game plan. They come in with the heavy look of running the power up the middle. They fake it to Crockett, flip it outside. The Jets were caught thinking that it was going to be power up inside. That is game planning on the second game in a short period of time.
And the big man gets the ball into the safe house of the outside arm. Nice attention to detail.
16-yard pickup from the 40-yard line on first down. Gannon rifles it over the middle, and that's into the arms of Charlie Garner for a first down to the 43-yard line.
You know, not only can Charlie Garner put his legs in reverse, he can roll down the field. As he catches this ball, the ball will force him to the ground, but the whistle doesn't blow. So what do? Just keep rolling. 1, 2, 3, get touched there. That's 5 yards.
He averages 4.5 a roll. That's regular for him.
Garner 66 on the ground, 27 more in receptions. 1st and 10 up at the 43-yard line of the Jets. Garner again. Fights for a couple to the 41-yard line. A reminder, the week after the Super Bowl, the following Saturday, will be in Honolulu at Aloha Stadium, where the AFC takes on the NFC in the Pro Bowl game, which begins at 4:30 Eastern, 1:30 Pacific, and 11:30 in the morning in the islands on the 9th of February. John, that's one place John Gruden doesn't want to wind up, because the staff that coaches the Pro Bowl team is the staff that loses the conference championship game.
That's where he was last.
Yes, he was. 2nd and 7. And Gannon airing it out, and Brown tries to get free and can't. And Brown is exorcised because he thought Aaron Glenn was hand-holding.
They were certainly battling going down the field. Glenn is 31. Brown is 81. Watch the hands going back and forth. Brown tries to push off. Glenn tries to hold. That's a good non-call because this ball was overthrown. Don't think Tim Brown could have caught it without the contact.
Yeah, but if it's thrown, if it's not overthrown, is that enough for a call? It looks iffy, huh?
I think those two guys would have to talk about it in this fracture.
3rd down and 7 from the 40-yard line. Jets come on the blitz. Raiders pick it up beautifully, but then Gannon sidearms it and has it knocked down.
That's a huge play for the Jets. Not able to get the sacks on Gannon last week, but they did knock down 3 of his passes. This is a huge play on a 3rd down that keeps the Raiders out of field goal range and forces this punt. Watch Gannon with the sidearm. Rick Lyle, number 95, with his right arm gets up in the air and foils that pass.
Lyle in for the flu-like Abraham.
Shane Leckler to punt. Santana Moss back to receive, and the kick goes into the end zone for a touchback. Jets will take it at the 20 with 2:39 remaining in the 3rd quarter. 16-10 Oakland.
Right now, Verizon Wireless is giving you time for you and your family, wherever you are.
It's time for the Family Share plan, only from Verizon Wireless. With Family Share, get up to 4 lines on one plan. And now get 3,500 total monthly minutes to share for life on select digital plans with nationwide long distance included. So you can call anyone, anywhere in the U.S. Plus, get each family member a Motorola phone for $19.99 each with activation.
So you have time for all the things that matter most. Only from Verizon Wireless. Join in.
Sauron's forces are already moving. He's coming for the ring.
See the movie that has created a worldwide phenomenon. The Lord of the Rings is on over 150 critics' top 10 lists. A big, spectacular film, raves the Wall Street Journal. To see Ian McKellen as Gandalf is to understand what a great actor can accomplish, says the LA Times. Nominated for 4 Golden Globe Awards, including Best Picture of the Year. The Lord of the Rings, directed by Peter Jackson, rated PG-13, now playing worldwide.
We were there when you were struck.
I'm so sorry.
With the adventure of driving. The joys of marriage. The pride of home ownership. So now that you've discovered the rewards of a growing young family, and you need more life insurance coverage than you can get through work, there's still no one better to talk to than the State Farm agent you've always trusted to care for your car, your home, and you. State Farm is there for life.
You're not nice.
Hey, here's a headline. I'm not nice.
Took me 5 years to figure that out. She got it in 20 minutes.
The Job is back Wednesday, 9:30, 8:30 Central on ABC.
Series premiere of The Chair. We talked to John McEnroe at the half. And there is Johnny Mack. He's the host of The Chair that premieres this Tuesday right here on ABC. The New York Jets have the ball at the 20-yard line. 1st and 10. And a little toss back to Curtis Martin, who picks up 3, and he's out of bounds at the 23. Dan, let's check out the QBs tonight, how they stack up.
Rich Gannon has cooled off just a little bit. Testaverde got hot on that last drive when he hit 3 passes in a row, or 2 drives ago. And, of course, the 17-yarder to Wayne Forbett for the touchdown. It has made this game a lot more interesting. The defenses are settling in more now. We've had a couple of punts, and now the Jets are trying to long drive from their own 20.
Second down and 6 at the 24-yard line. And that is caught by Coles. Beautiful play, working to the outside. And Coles is out of bounds at the 44-yard line. Let's go down to the field, check in with Melissa.
20 yards. Allen, injury update on Raiders cornerback Eric Allen. He is experiencing cramps in his left calf. He's going in and out of the game so they can work on it, so it's clearly affecting him.
And Torrey James is the guy who keeps coming in and out with him. And he was covering Coles on that last play. Now Allen comes back in for this play. First and 10 at the 44-yard line. Vinny to the outside to Anderson. And Anderson, is the ball alive? No whistle. It was. Fumble. Raiders recover it. Grady Jackson.
Ball was ripped out by Johnny Harris as Anderson was stumbling, trying to get to the first down marker. And Johnny Harris came up and just ripped it loose as Greg Biekert hit him low. Testaverde with a lot of time to throw. He finds Anderson on the outside here. Watch Johnny Harris rip it out with his right hand, and big Grady Jackson will take the air out of the ball as he falls on it. Great play by Harris to rip it loose.
Second Jet turnover tonight. Oakland has none. And as Garner takes the ball up to the 49, that means in the last 2 games, 5 Jet turnovers, none for Oakland.
And you remember that this team, the Jets, led the NFL in turnover ratio at a +18. So uncharacteristic of the Jets to have these turnovers the last 2 games against the Raiders.
And yet they won last week, and they are still hanging in here.
Amazing. Second down and 6. They won 2 games during the regular season, -3 in turnovers. The other was against Carolina. And that's Rice on a slant. Jerry Rice to the 3.
You don't tomahawk chop a ball out from Jerry Rice from behind. See that cover up.
47 yards.
And a classic Jerry Rice post pattern. Gets to the inside at full speed off the line of scrimmage, and an extra gear to get inside the 5-yard line. His 24th playoff game of this great career, and please, Jerry, whatever you do, don't retire.
On first and goal, Charlie Garner to the 1.5-yard line.
Forget retire, he's going to renegotiate.
He'll go to Canton, but I think he's a long way from Canton. Jerry Rice at the end of the 3rd quarter. Raiders knocking on the door. Up by 6. Back to Oakland after this from our ABC station.
The lovely Hawaiian island of Oahu, known for its beaches and bikinis, serves as a setting for a matchup of NFL dream teams. AFC versus NFC. Football's megastars meet at the NFL Pro Bowl Saturday, February 9th on ABC. Aloha.
It's Art Expo 2002. This Sunday, choose from thousands of beautiful original oils on canvas. Giant sofa-sized paintings sold elsewhere for hundreds of dollars, as low as $19. Smaller paintings from $7. Absolutely nothing over $49. It's an Art Expo and sale this Sunday, 11 to 4. In Grand Rapids at the Airport Hilton and in Kalamazoo at the Clarion. Original sofa-sized oil paintings from $19 this Sunday only, 11 to 4.
At the Auto Show, you'll see how committed our engineers are to bringing you professional-grade trucks and SUVs. The pros at your West Michigan GMC dealers are just as committed to bringing you this great GM offer. Right now, get 2002 bonus cash on the purchase or lease of all 2002 GMC trucks and SUVs. Sierra, Sonoma, Yukon, and the award-winning Envoy. Upgrade to professional grade with 2002 bonus cash. See the pros at your West Michigan GMC dealer.
The mattress experts at Talisman Furniture have the solution to better sleep, like the new Beauty Rest with natural terry cloth and velvet touch fabrics. They're outstanding. All Beauty Rests feature individual pocketed coil construction for do not disturb better sleep for the two of you. And they're built so well, you'll never have to flip it. Queen-size Beauty Rest sets start at $4.99 with free local delivery and old mattress removal. Trust Talisman's, the mattress experts, for a great night's sleep.
13 News, part of your morning wake-up routine, starting at 5:30.
One of these guys goes on vacation next week. The other prepares for action next weekend. Herman Edwards would go to Pittsburgh. John Gruden would go to New England as we start the fourth quarter. The Raiders up by 6 and threatening as they have it second down and goal at the 2-yard line. John Ritchie and Zach Crockett are the running backs. Crockett the tailback, Crockett with the ball, Crockett with a touchdown. And the Raiders are going to go for 2 with a 12-point lead.
Give added rest to Seb Janko's cellulitis-addled foot.
And a smart move by John Gruden.
Oh, that's what I meant to say.
Good math. 2-point conversion. They'll try it on the ground. They get it. Garner. Charlie Garner adds the deuce to make it a 14-point game.
During the regular season, Zach Crockett scored 6 touchdowns. Al talks about how he is the short yardage specialist. Well, he's 6'2", 240 pounds, going behind a twin in John Ritchie, about the same size, and that's about as easy as you're going to get in for Zach Crockett. Well, I talk about easy. Here he is over the right side one more time, and then Garner will get the 2-pointer. Watch how easy this one is. The Jets standing straight up. They're looking tired. That defense just not strong enough to overcome the turnover by Richie Anderson.
Yeah, the air just might have gone out of the Jets' mindset there.
Johnny Harris made the strip. Richie Anderson, of course, with the fumble. And, you know, we're always talking about turnovers, advantages and disadvantages. Since the playoffs went to this format in 1990, road teams with a disadvantage in that department are 3 and 58.
Well, it's that old thing about if you lose the game, you're done. So if you make a play that might cost your team the game, it affects you even that much more. Everything is magnified in the playoffs, but nothing is more magnified than those turnovers.
And that was the case here because the Raiders got away with it last week with the 3 turnovers, but tonight, that one in particular, extremely costly as the kick is fielded up at the 14-yard line. And bringing it back up to the 37-yard line is Chad Morton.
Come on, hot dad.
Jerry, you are unbelievable. No other way to put it. Whatever that is, send some up here.
It said Ponce de Leon something on it.
Man.
Well, their stock just went through the roof, whatever that was.
Yeah. You don't think it was smokeless tobacco, do you?
No.
Redman at the 36-yard line, first down. Here's Coles. He's going to go back the other way. And all that for a gain of about a yard or so, up to the 37, tackled by Grady Jackson.
Not exactly the way you draw it up, but the thought about getting the ball in Cole's hands is a good idea for the Jets. Right now, he has the ability and the speed to break a big one, but I don't think the Jets have to worry about that right now. A lot of time here. Fourth quarter just started. Just down by 2 touchdowns. Good field position to start this drive.
Chuck Bresnahan, the Raider defensive coordinator. 2nd and 9 from the 37. Corbett gets open in the seam and a first down at the Raider 43-yard line. 3rd grab tonight for Wayne, all of them very important. 20-yard pickup.
Well, Corbett will get to the inside, and he'll work against the safety, Anthony Dorsett here. Dorsett playing deep, allows Corbett to cut across the middle. They do not want the Jet receivers to get behind him. Chuck Bresnahan and the Raider defense will allow this type of play right on down the field.
At the 43, first down. Martin almost broke it. Comes close to picking up a first down before Charles Woodson.
Well, obviously the Jets had to answer the call when they came out for the second half. Did so. Looks like they might answer it again here.
Curtis Martin is so patient. Watch as he just bides his time behind Kerry Jenkins and Richie Anderson. This is a beautiful tackle by Woodson, because this is big yardage if Woodson doesn't dive out here to make this tackle. Fighting off the block of Anderson and bringing down Martin, who is now 5 yards away from 100 on the night.
2nd and 1 at the 33-yard line. Vinny just throws it away. Nothing happening downfield. Figured to take a little free shot on 2nd and short.
Boy, there could be an argument for intentional grounding, because Vinny was not out of the tight end area, and as he threw the ball, he kept walking. Did you notice that? He was walking towards the tackle box, or the tight end box. Watch Vinny throw this ball away, and then he'll just kind of stroll on over there to make sure that Dick Hantak thought he might have been legal.
Well, what possible rationalization could Hantak have for not calling that?
Vinny got away with it. 3rd and 1. Lamont Jordan is the running back. He gets the ball. He gets the first down. Good, hard running. And I guess if you're looking ahead to someday a successor to Curtis Martin, Jordan looks like he might be able to fill the bill. So it's a first down at the 27-yard line. ESPN with NFL Primetime. That's coming your way at midnight tonight, Eastern Time, 9 o'clock Pacific.
This is really an impressive drive by the Jets, showing what why they're 7-1 on the road this year. They go behind. They have a big turnover. They get behind by 14, but they answer the bell right back.
At the 27 now, first down. Martin back in the game. Corbett in motion. Swing it out to Curtis. Woodson takes him down at about the 24-yard line.
Take a close look at Charles Woodson. He looks to be a little bit winded. Remember, he does not practice much during the week because of that bad toe. He spends a lot of time on the stationary bike to keep his conditioning up, but there's no such preparation for the real deal.
2nd down and 7 at the 24-yard line. Into traffic, nearly picked off, and then Dorsett, with a flag being thrown, does not pick it off in the end zone. Woodson down on the turf. The pass was intended for Santana Moss, the Jets' #1 draft choice, who's missed most of the season with a knee injury.
Pass interference. Defense, number 24. First down.
Well, the Jets are not shying away from Charles Woodson. They know he's hurt. They know his conditioning may be suspect. Here's Santana Moss, the rookie, trying to get free from Woodson. Woodson just shoves him. Boy, that's a tough call on Charles Woodson. Vinny with a lob shot over the middle. Lucky that Johnny Harris didn't just reach up and pick that off.
Johnny Harris gave him a shot too, but Santana Moss draws the penalty, and that gives the Jets a 1st and goal at the 9-yard line as they try to climb back into it. Jets penalty free tonight. On 1st and goal, Testaverde lost it into the back of the end zone, intending for the tight end Anthony Beck, a guy he looks for in the red zone, and it's incomplete with Harris covering on the play.
Anthony Beck has 5 touchdown catches on the year, and all 5 of them have come from this part of the field. The lob to the back because Beck is 6'5". Johnny Harris with perfect coverage. Smothered him.
Johnny Harris had a heck of a night. Pulled that fumble out earlier in the half. Great coverage there.
Certainly has.
And takes it to the 4. Good running. Tackle by Chris Cooper, setting up a 3rd down and goal.
And good blocking on the outside by Richie Anderson, who you know is just dying inside after having that ball pulled out by Harris. He was very tenacious, leading Curtis Martin to the outside. Watch number 20 at the fullback position on the counter. Kerry Jenkins with the block, and now Anderson working on Marquez Pope. Good hustle by Chris Cooper stopping that one, too.
That puts Martin over 100 yards tonight. 3rd and goal from the 4. Then he throws, and that's incomplete. Knocked down by Woodson, intended for Coles. And now with 10:21 remaining, and you're down by 14, Herman's going to go for it.
And if Charles Woodson has a healthy foot, he is in the end zone the other way. Watch him break on this ball. Just an instant sooner, he catches that ball easily and scores.
Herman Edwards on 4th and goal. Down by 14, eschewing a chip shot field goal. I think it's a good call.
Keep your eye on Curtis Martin.
Then he throws. Caught by Anderson. A little bit of redemption right there. Touchdown, Richie Anderson on a 4th and goal.
Boy, that is huge. You know, the Jets, again, having a lot of success spreading out their offense and then thus spreading out the defense of the Raiders. Richie Anderson in the slot here, working behind Anthony Beck. Look at the lane. Pass protection's been pretty good, too, tonight. 28 throws for Testaverde, no sacks. He could have walked that ball to Richie Anderson.
John Hall for the conversion. And it's a 7-point game again. So the Jets just keep hanging in, as they have almost all season long. From 14 down to 7 down with 10:18 left.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary. E is even more than anyone that you adore and love.
Exclusively from Chrysler, our 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain pledge, because love is a commitment.
She's hot. No, she's not. He's right. She's a babe. No, she's not.
Here you go, guys.
That's my mom. You guys are gross.
The Sears Fitness Sale. From now through Saturday, all treadmills are on sale with 0% financing at America's #1 fitness store. Sears. Where else?
After the game, the community steps up to help an Ottawa County family who lost a son in a fire. And the Grand Rapids School Board narrows down the list of candidates to 4. Those stories after the game.
(24-17). Oakland has the lead after the Jets draw to within 7, and John Hall sends a bouncing ball down to Randy Jordan. And Randy gets run out of bounds into the Oakland bench at the 32-yard line. Herman's gang hanging in.
Once, when you gave someone your business, you got something in return. Service, respect, and a sense that you were valued. At Siebel, we make application software that lets you make customers feel cared for again. A lot of companies use our technology, companies you know and like. It can work for your company too. Siebel, good service is good business.
Hey, Mike, do you and Maggie ever think about, you know, swapping?
Oh, yeah. Your wife is into that? Definitely. And the kids.
Kids? Okay, here are my keys. Let me get yours. Perfect. We're in!
Chrysler Town & Country. With a variety of models, available power sliding side door and liftgate, some people just have to try them all.
Hey there.
Exclusively from Chrysler, our 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain pledge, because love is a commitment.
Playoffs, there's no tomorrow.
This is where you lay it all on the line.
There is no more next week. You know, you have to do what you have to do right now.
You have to win this game.
If you can win a big game, people start respecting you.
This is what we do.
This is what you've been playing 16 games for, is to get to the playoffs.
One game, one moment. That's the beauty of the playoffs. You're going to have to see it and feel it yourself to believe it.
If you lose today, you go home.
Just relax. Stay calm. Can you control your heart? Answer the question.
The Chair, hosted by John McEnroe. Series premiere this Tuesday, 8/7 Central on ABC.
The new year and a new season, the same bad attitude. Dennis Leary is back on the job starting Wednesday, January 16th, right here on ABC. This Wednesday night. Now the Raiders up by 7. A little bit more than 10 minutes to play from the 32-yard line. And they begin with Garner behind Ritchie, turning it upfield and fighting his way across the 35 to the 36-yard line.
Well, Jerry Rice is playing in his 24th playoff game in his great career. 23 with the Niners. He got the Raiders started off early in the first quarter. That 26-yarder followed by this 29-yarder. And then when the Raiders needed it most, he takes the skinny post down to the 3-yard line. That led to a 14-point lead. 7 catches tonight for Jerry Rice.
7 for 141, not since Cliff Branch in 74 as a Raider receiver gained that much yardage. 27 seasons ago. Gannon throws, caught over the run, over the middle on the run by Jerry Rice. And his 8th grab of the night is another first down to the 44-yard line. He's been averaging 21 yards per catch, and that one is good for 21.
Hey, how long is it before Jerry Rice catches a pass in this league on somebody who wasn't born when he started in the league?
There he is in the slot. The quick step to the outside gets him away from Marcus Coleman, and Gannon again is right on target. Rice does not have to break stride to make the catch and make yardage.
First down, Raiders now from the 44-yard line. Gannon to the outside, and a great open field tackle made on James Jett by Aaron Glenn. Huge stop, of course, here for the Jets. Clock ticking down, coming off that imperative touchdown drive. And the Jets have to stop him here.
And the one thing the Raiders have had trouble with in their 3-game losing streak is finishing games. They have not found a way to put their opponent away. This drive is exactly what they need.
And that pass that was errant, intended for Roland Williams, would have in effect ended the game in the Raiders' favor last week. 2nd down and 8. The handoff going to Terry Kirby as they go to Kirby coming out of the backfield, and he goes nowhere. Rick Lyle makes the stop.
Well, you got to wonder about the choice, not so much of the play, but of the player for Gruden. Garner's having a great night. Wheatley looks sharp, and Terry Kirby gets his first carry.
Third down, 8 now at the 42-yard line.
Well, they better keep their eye on Jerry Rice. That's all I know.
in the slot. That's Brown in motion. Brown goes over the middle. The pass goes over the middle, but to Jerry Porter for a first down. So they go to the number 3 receiver for a big 3rd and 8 conversion of 20 yards.
And that's what happens when you keep too many eyes on Jerry Rice.
Well, and Jerry Porter is the heir apparent to Rice. He's got great ability, good size and speed, sure hands on that one, making the tough catch over the middle.
Gruden said the nice thing about him is he's able to play the 3rd receiver out of either side, you know, Brown's spot or Rice's spot. For a young guy, that's pretty astute.
Tyrone Wheatley is the eye back. He gets the football. Gets one to the 21-yard line.
Well, what that catch did is it put the Raiders in field goal position. A field goal here puts them up by 10 and in great position to win this playoff game.
Offensive production for each team tonight. The Raiders over 400 yards. Raiders finishing 4th in the NFL in scoring this season. They put 24 up tonight. 2nd down and 9 at the 20-yard line. Gannon to the end zone to Rice. Wow. Off the charts.
Either side of the bay, either side of the end zone. Don't matter, Dano.
Well, watch the moves. Nobody does it better. A little fake there, got him free from the bump by Aaron Glenn. And now Damian Robinson, 22, is too late to get over there. And Rice says, hey, that was easy. I do it all the time.
21-yard touchdown reception. Janikowski for the point after. Rice becoming the oldest man ever to score a postseason touchdown. Just the best. Simply the best.
I'm gonna be there, girl. I'm gonna make it feel alright. I'm gonna hold you in my arms and love you through the darkest night. I'm gonna tell you that I need you, baby, for the rest of my life.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down. Make it a Bud Light.
Chili's Party Platters. The great taste of Chili's, only more of it.
Whoa. Ooh, that's a good one.
Hey, this is cool. How many 4x4s can you really take off-road?
That was great.
I suppose we better go give these guys a hand, huh?
With its patented four-wheel drive system, Jeep Liberty makes every day Independence Day.
No laughing this time, guys.
We gave international cyclists the new Norelco Advantage. Their reaction?
What is this? Goo? Goo. Yeah, goo.
That's right. The only electric razor with built-in shaving lotion had everybody loving their faces, especially them. The new Norelco Advantage.
Don't be such a homophobe.
I'm not a homophobe. I saw Elton John live at Madison Square Garden. I sat in the 3rd row for 2.5 hours.
The Job is back Wednesday, 9:30, 8:30 Central on ABC.
Steve can't hear me. Fred Biletnikoff holds the Raider record for the postseason record, most receiving yards in a game, 190 in 1968. Jerry Rice tonight with 183. Biletnikoff did it against the Jets in New York. Rice 7 yards shy tonight after that touchdown grab. Santana Moss to run it back. And he runs into a wall up at the 25-yard line.
Rice has got to get bumped by Aaron Glenn on this coverage. It's too deep. And to give the safety Robinson any shot at all at covering Rice in the end zone like that, Glenn's got to knock him off his stride, but how do you knock off Jerry Rice? You don't.
And it's not like a guy like Rice needs any help, but Gannon has been completely dialed in all night to begin with.
1st and 10 for the Jets, down by 2 scores again, with only 5:45 left on the clock from the 25-yard line. Testaverde for Corbett, can't make the catch, but 2 flags come in.
They're going to get Charles Woodson for impeding the progress of Corbett down the field with his arm. They call it the arm bar, where Woodson will put out his right hand and keep Corbett from getting to this ball.
Interference, defense number 37, 1st down.
Johnny Harris.
I can't believe it's Johnny Harris. Maybe it's Lester Hayes.
Check the hands.
It's Charles Woodson right here. That's the arm bar. Watch that right hand. That holds Corbett back, and still Wayne almost makes a one-handed grab.
Hey, Lester Hayes and Fred Dubnikoff hugged each other once in the early 80s. They still haven't pried them apart.
Eric Allen, who had gone back to the locker room, is back in the game after the 26-yard penalty. 1st down, New York at the 49-yard line as Vinny guns one, and that's caught at the 30-yard line by Santana Moss. The rookie out of Miami suffered a knee injury early in training camp and just made his way back about 6 weeks ago.
Right, you go back to pass protection. Vinny's had it all night long. 29 throws, 0 sacks, very little pressure out of the Raider defensive line. This Jet offensive line only allowed 19 sacks all year. That was number 2 in the NFL.
1st down, Jets at the 29-yard line. Ticking down to 5 minutes left in the 4th. To Martin. Gain of about 4 to the 26-yard line.
You got to like the indomitable feeling that Herman Edwards has instilled in these Jets, too. I mean, they really are resilient.
Yeah, there's no problem with the offense tonight, but the defense, they look tired on that last drive. No pressure on Gannon, and the secondary just looked a little leg heavy.
2nd and 6 now at the 25-yard line. 4.5 to play. Raiders come on the blitz. Then he's stepping up. But down he goes anyway at the 28-yard line. It will be recorded as a blitz, as a sack. Roderick Coleman and Grady Jackson were both there.
Greg Biekert had 3 sacks during the season. Looks like Vinny might be hurt, dragging his right arm. Biekert gets picked up there by Richie Anderson, but doesn't stop. Keeps after Vinny. Now we got to check him out as he goes down right here.
He is shaken because the Jets have taken a timeout.
Big Grady Jackson will shake you.
He will. If you don't take a timeout, he's got to come out of the game. And they don't want to do that right now because they have a 3rd down and long coming up. The critical play of the game for the Jets right here. Chad Pennington is the backup, and I guess the would-be successor at some point. 2nd-year quarterback out of Marshall, but you don't want to put him in this situation.
And if you put him in McEnroe's chair right now, he'd be off the charts.
Heart rate. So they have to use a timeout to buy time for Vinny to regroup. And here he comes now on 3rd down and 8 from the 28-yard line. Raider blitz. He gets it away. It's caught, taken to the 20. It's Richie Anderson. He dropped the ball, but recovers it himself. However, he is shy of the 1st down, and clearly you're going for it on 4th and 1 here.
And that was the key on that play. Vinny knew he didn't have to get all the yardage for the 1st down, that Herman Edwards would go for it on 4th down because you have to. Watch for the cluster route now where the Jets will bunch their receivers and try to get a pick against man-to-man coverage by the Raiders. Fourth and 1. It's a little toss back to Lamont Jordan.
And Jordan puts his shoulder down and gets the first down and takes it to the 11-yard line.
Jordan's got real strong legs. He's got real power. And when you lower your shoulders like that, you drive through tacklers. Brilliant play selection by Paul Hackett, faking the dive up in the middle, and then the flip to the outside. There's a big man coming at you.
Not only does he have strong leg drive, he has the belief of his coach, a rookie getting the call on a 4th down call late in the 4th quarter.
Very impressive. 5'10", 130. 1st and 10. The ball is at the 11-yard line. 3 minutes to play. Testaverde slings it to the outside. That's caught. Anderson tries to get out of bounds, but can't. Tackled there by Johnny Harris.
They can't afford to throw passes like that don't stop the clock now. They've had to use it one timeout just a couple of moments ago.
In a position now where they're clearly forced, if they can score, to onside kick with 2.5 to go. 2nd down and 5. They can't get a first down without a touchdown.
Got to throw this ball into the end zone or out of the back of the end zone.
Then he throws it over the middle and is caught, and they do anything but. It's Richie Anderson to the 4-yard line, doing the Raiders a favor.
It's like an odd syndrome we've seen sometimes this year where they're almost too relaxed about the constraints of time. We've seen it with other teams.
And not only that, they're going to take it right down to the 2-minute warning. So there goes a free timeout. 2-minute warning, still trying to get into the end zone, down by 14 in Oakland.
Eyes of a puppy dog, lips made for sin. You're not dreaming. I'm for real. We got a call.
Hello.
Louis?
Yeah?
Louis?
Want to get away? Now you can. Fly Southwest Airlines for just $39 to $99 each way when you purchase by January 28th.
You are now free to move about the country.
Don't think of your next job as your next job. Think of it as a long-term life enhancement upgrade. Make it great. Make it sing. Report to your future first thing Monday morning and bring your own coffee. The good kind. You know what? People do it every day. And you're a people, so you can do it too. See you Monday.
Post your resume today on Monster.com.
You the monster.
Every Saturday night, a great Bond movie on the Bond Picture Show.
On top of the situation.
Premieres in 2 weeks on ABC.
John Gruden pacing, talking to Bob Casulo, the special teams coach, but right now it's the Jets trying to get into the end zone, then an onside kick recovery, and they'd have 2 timeouts. But first things first, it's 3rd down and 3 from the 4 at the 2-minute warning. Anderson is set in motion. Testaverde throwing, and that's incomplete, and they still haven't tried to throw the ball into the end zone, intended for Corbett.
And they're going after the best defensive back of the Raiders in Charles Woodson. I don't get the last 2 play calls. I certainly don't like the clock management. You got to throw the ball in the end zone here. You can't expect your receiver to catch the ball, break a tackle, and score.
They can get a first down without a touchdown, but he's got to throw it into the end zone. Here, it's 4th down and 3.
This is the same formation that Anderson scored on earlier.
The cluster. Testaverde into the end zone for a touchdown to Corbett. Over the middle, just about the same spot where he had Anderson earlier for the touchdown. This time it's 80 instead of 20.
Yeah, brilliant play call. You got to give it up to Paul Hackett because he brought Corbett in motion here behind the cluster. Anderson clears out to the outside. Corbett finds the hole as he's so good at. And again, the pass protection allows the touchdown pass.
Chucky.
He's so tough to read.
Hall for the extra point. So there is Hackett making the play call there. Jets get in. Now they need an onside kick recovery. They have 2 timeouts. Oakland up by 7.
This is my killer DVD system.
This is my killer DVD rental section.
You have the hardware? Blockbuster has the software. This week at Blockbuster, you'll find all the hottest new movies, and they're guaranteed to be there, even on DVD. Choose from great titles like The Fast and the Furious, Pearl Harbor, and Rush Hour 2. All the biggest movies, and you can find them at Blockbuster, guaranteed. Blockbuster, bringing entertainment home.
The 200 horsepower Chrysler Sebring convertible. Exclusively from Chrysler, our 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain pledge, because love is a commitment.
To a child, a little of your time can make a lifetime of difference. That's why the Greenville Family Partnership sponsored a hike, because kids with something to do are less likely to do drugs.
Standing right in front of them.
Whether you're a good storyteller or a good listener, you can help. To find out about community drug prevention programs, call toll-free 1-877-KIDS-313.
I can keep a kid off drugs.
No matter who your favorite team is, call 1-877-NFL-SHOP for your free team catalog.
Rich Gannon hoping to get into the game, and Vinny hoping to get right back into the game. And I say that because you have an anticipated onside kick situation coming up right now. When onside kicks are anticipated, as will be the case here, you recover, if you're the kicking team, only a fourth of the time. If you try to surprise your opponent, as you see, you recover 2 out of every 3. So the Jets with 2 timeouts, and no matter what happens, they'll take their timeouts, even if they don't, as you look at Mike Westhoff, they'll take their timeouts defensively. But if the Raiders recovered, clearly it's a situation where the field position is going to make it very different, very difficult for the Jets. And it is Hall who lofts one all the way down to the 11-yard line. Shockingly, and Tim Brown is out of bounds at the 22 with 1:49. So now the Jets have chosen to take their timeouts and try to get the ball back on a punt. Wildcard Saturday brought to you by Chrysler. Drive equals love. Bud Light, for the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down. Make it a Bud Light. Siebel, good service is good business. And FedEx, ground, international, online, or express, don't worry. There's a FedEx for that.
They threw you off a little with that kick.
They certainly did, but I don't like that call. I don't like that call.
Field position is what Herman Edwards is thinking about.
Yep. So they're going to take that. Obviously, the first thing they have to do is stop Oakland from getting a first down. They give it to Wheatley. Now the Jets will take a timeout. Okay, that's $1:45. Then they can take a timeout after the next play. But then the Jets are forced in a position where the Raiders will take all of the time off the clock that they can before they punt and leave the Jets with no timeouts and a lot of the field to traverse.
And you also got to think about the Raiders punter, Shane Leckler, who led the NFL in punting this year, 46 yards per kick. But that might give an opportunity for Santana Moss to get a big return, which is exactly what the Jets will need.
So So second down, the final timeout now coming up after this play. Vinny just waiting in the wings. From the 21. And the Jets do their job, the defense does, so that stops it with a $140.
You know, Al, some would say maybe Herman Edwards is being a little overly patient here, but if there's anybody who knows about cutting it close, it's Herman, who's in one of the most famous cutting it close plays of all time. Pasarchek fumbles, bounces right up to Herman. He was leading the good life there. Couldn't have got a nicer hop. Turned it at the very end of the game, a play that still haunts New York sports fans.
I don't believe what I just saw.
Well, the Jets right now cannot stop the clock after the next Raider play. So let's say the play takes about 5 seconds. Then the 40-second clock starts to tick down. And it will be with under a minute that the Jets will get the ball back.
When your quarterback's only missed 6 throws out of 29, Gruden's got to be tempted to throw this ball, but I think he's going to have to run it, take time off that clock.
I agree. It must be so tempting, but he knows if he fails, the Jets could capitalize. Garner. And this is going to make everything move. Everything. They're on to Foxborough. Touchdown.
Backbreaker against the blitz. Herman Edwards decided to blitz the Raiders right up the middle, try to cause some type of turnover. The perfect call by John Gruden. The pitch to the outside. Garner goes 80. Untouched.
Janikowski for the point after. 80 on 3rd and 11.
I got it.
And now down by 2 touchdowns and out of timeouts. In this game tonight, the 2 teams have combined to possess the ball 18 times, and on each instance, the offense has gotten across the 50-yard line.
Watch the pressure up inside. The toss to the outside. See you later. Roland Williams out in front, key block and hold by Tim Brown on Victor Green. Gets away with it, and Charlie Garner, bad foot and all. Got the longest run of the season for him.
Getting across the 50 in dramatic fashion that time, Al.
That equals the second longest run in postseason history, and also it's an historic run in our mind's eye, because when you think back to the longest run in Raider postseason history, prior to this, it was Marcus Allen in that memorable run in the Super Bowl in Tampa against Washington.
Tim Brown on the outside with the key block right there. And when you add this 80 to what the Raiders have done tonight, they go over 500 yards in offense. You don't think that traveling across the country 3 times in 7 or 8 days affects the defense? 500 yards worth of affecting that defense.
Camera tried to go in tight on the eyes there for that Willie Brown perspective on the long touchdown. It's Raider lore. It's all over the place, Al.
Tim Brown, Jerry Rice, Rich Gannon. Well, the last thing they wanted to do was have to play a game this week when they had the bye week secure, but at least right now their season will go on. And the Raiders will go to New England next week to take on the Patriots on Saturday night as Moss drops the ball at the 7-yard line. And then works his way out of bounds up at the 26. So barring the wackiest miracle imaginable, here's the way it will look. Oakland against New England. And then tomorrow, Miami meets Baltimore. And the winner of that game goes to Heinz Field in Pittsburgh next week.
You think Bob Kraft thought he'd have a night game in the playoffs, Al, early in the season?
I'm not sure Bob Kraft thought he'd have a game in the playoffs this season.
Yeah, the Raiders have got a taste of that jet lag, having to go back to Boston. But they're rolling now, aren't they?
From the 26-yard line, first down for the Jets. Testaverde dumps it off to Curtis Martin over the middle, and Curtis up to the 48-yard line.
Well, whatever Herman's selling, though, the Jets have definitely bought, because they're taking it down to the final tick.
859 yards of offense in this game. 502 for Oakland, 357 for the Jets. On 1st and 10, that pass is caught by Coles, and he steps out of bounds just at about the first down marker.
Well, obviously the ship has sailed, but it's nice to see Herman put his stamp on this squad. I mean, you have Groh defect back to the college ranks. You wonder what you're going to do, and they've picked the right guy, hey, Al?
I would say, and it was a surprising choice. Terry Bradway came in as the general manager. Groh shocking everybody, and Herman had not been a head coach. He was Tony Dungy's defensive backfield coach and assistant head coach at Tampa. Second down and 1, and Vinny stepping up, throws to Coles, who makes the catch at the 32, and he takes it to the 16-yard line. So the Jets just refuse to die. Vinny now will come up and spike the ball. And that stops the clock with 33 seconds.
Yeah, you look at the Jets and their future with Lavernius Coles coming on as he did this year. They get Santana Moss to get healthy next year. With Wayne Corbett operating over the middle, if Vinny comes back and gets more and more comfortable with Paul Hackett's offense, don't forget Curtis Martin. The Jets will be in the playoffs again next year.
Second down and 10 now at the 16-yard line. Testaverde, that's caught, and Coles finally does get out of bounds at the 3-yard line. You know, goofily enough, it's better for the Jets right now that Garner scored the touchdown instead of picking up like 15 and getting the first down, because at least they got the ball back.
King Albino.
Well,
every angle covered, huh?
That is way outside the box, that thought, my friend. That is goofily. I like it, though. You're right. The game would be over right now.
You're right. Playing every angle, baby. Market open, 6:30 Pacific time Monday. First and goal from the 2. Benny lofting it, and it is incomplete. Intended for Kevin Swain in the end zone.
Swain playing in his 700th consecutive game. I think he was in the XFL, the USFL, the European League. He played in that Harry Potter game of Quidditch.
Arena League.
This kid is working.
He did. He actually played in the XFL, and he played in the Arena League for the New York entrant. And now the Jets. Second down and goal.
I wonder if Gannon feels good about his game. He should.
And they give it to Martin, and can he get in? No, he can't. Oh, well, whatever chance they had, that will just about end it right there. Because it's third and goal. Then he throws for the end zone as the clock ticks down, and that's incomplete. They want a flag. Don't get it. Clock ticks down to 3-0, and the Oakland Raiders, the number 3 seed in the AFC, advance in the playoffs.
Nice game, fun game.
The magnificent Jerry Rice. John Gruden's still the youngest coach in the league at the age of 38, taking his team one more step. And it ends with the Oakland Raiders beating the New York Jets 38-24. We'll wrap it when we come back.
tough enough to drive a Tacoma?
It's beautiful. Yeah. Thanks for all your help. It's my job.
Wow. Honey, can we start now?
Yes. Yes, we can.
We know how you feel, and that's why we're here. Circuit City. We're with you.
Sweetie.
Yeah, just put that anywhere.
If we're quiet, if we listen, we can hear houses breathe. Bad houses hate our warmth, our humanness.
Stephen King's Rose Red, January 27th at 9/8 Central on ABC. Viewer discretion advised.
Raiders win it, beat the Jets 38-24 to the field, and Melissa Stark.
All right, Al, well, I've got the star of the game, Rich Gannon. Rich, you guys lost the 3 games coming into tonight. You were critical of the team, talking about the lack of discipline. Is this the type of response you were looking for?
Well, I'll tell you what, we had a great week of work and preparation, and I think our guys really played their best football tonight. I knew we were going to break out one of these weeks, and it just so happened against the Jets this week.
John Gruden called you a perfectionist. You played near perfect tonight. What can you take from this performance into New England?
Well, I think as an offense, the tempo was really the difference. We got off to a good start. Everybody played very, very well. Jerry, Timmy, Charlie. I mean, that was a total team effort. The offensive line had great protection. We just need to keep doing that the rest of the way.
What about... Oh, thanks very much. Congratulations. Let's go over to Eric.
Thanks, Melissa. Jerry looked like the Jerry Rice of old. Why, when it comes to playoff games, you seem to come out the best in Jerry Rice comes out?
It's crunch time, man, and everything is on the line. This is the time of year that we live for. You know, you go out, you play regular season, you fight hard to get yourself in position, and now it's playoff time, and I want to play my best football right now. You know, I'm happy to be a Raider. I'm having a great time, and I just want to continue moving on.
Now, this team had looked like it lost some of its confidence. Do you think the team has its confidence back now?
Well, it's do or die now. We got to come out every week, and we got to play hard-nosed football. We can't come out flat, and I think the intensity, it was there this week, the focus, and I think it showed today on the football field.
Now, after this performance tonight, do you think that you will come back and play another year?
I don't know. Right now, right now we're one step closer, and that's basically what I wanted to do. I wanted really just show my teammates, you know, what this is all about. And I think I really came out and I showed my teammates that today. Now we got to get ready for the next game, the next battle, and I'm ready for it.
Thanks, Jerry.
All right.
Al?
Eric, after that performance, he should come back for the next 10 years. 38-24, Oakland wins it. Al Michaels saying goodnight from Oakland for our crew. The reminder that you can stay tuned now for your late local news on the West Coast. ABC's Saturday Night Movie, Celtic Pride. ABC Sports Online at ESPN.com, keyword Monday Night Football. And this has been a presentation of ABC Sports, continuing the tradition of excellence.
ABC Sports thanks you for watching this presentation of the National Football League.